Hello again, welcome, and I hope you're enjoying the weather at the start of this weekend. At least in the UK, it's pretty spectacular. We're in London Luton today. The fantastic Innie Builds London Luton airport scenery. It's been out for about a month now. We've been into it, having flown in from somewhere a little while ago on the release, and today we fly out on the 737-800, that wonderful PMDG 738, for a flight down to Madeira. Funchal, to be precise, where we're expecting the circle to land runway 05, so it should be quite good, and about 4 hours kind of block time as well. So Evil Ace, welcome, Badger as well with the meta and the live chat, thanks mate. MPS Gaming, Ian, g'day to you, and Scott, even into both of you guys. Ancient Dino, welcome. David, good afternoon. Hope you guys are all well, and looking forward to this, to be fair, today. Certainly a bit of a step change from yesterday's DCS, which I hope you're all enjoying. Bit hit and miss, isn't it? Especially when I'm not particularly good at it. It's I think maybe a bit smoother once I get used to things a little bit better. We're flying the Osprey Holidays livery today, out of the world of Orange, and on the VATSIM network as well. But we've also got in the background BeyondATC fired up as well. So once we get away from any air traffic control, what we'll do is we'll fire up and link BeyondATC into our route. You can kind of start from wherever you've left off. So if we go into Unicom a little later on, then which we will do, we'll be able to then connect onto BeyondATC and try and maybe fill that gap. So we'll look at how that works today, as well as just something a little bit ad hoc in my brain that I thought would be quite cool to do. There was an A340 here a moment ago, but they've since disappeared. I don't know where they've gone. There was an Iberia A340, I think. Yeah, it's a ruddy, awful airport, isn't it? Carlito, welcome. Super Amazing says, I could never buy a scenery of such an ugly airport. It's just a horrendous layout. We are heavy today, by the way, and I've done the performance calculations. We're on this little hill here in London Luton, and we're going to struggle for runway length. We'll see how we go. Whoops. I feel like I'm heavy-handed, like DCS level heavy-handed today. But there's our lovely livery. We've finished boarding and the baggage has just been loaded as well. It was one of those moments of loading all the passengers who boarded 10 minutes ago and having to do that awkward announcement of, oh, we're just loading the final couple of bags, we'll be pushing back shortly, kind of thing. But there she is, sat in the cul-de-sac. A bit of an awkward position for push here at stand 46, but we'll have a look at how the custom profile works with that as well. Weird kind of render issues. You see that with the cones kind of disappearing. Bit weird. So some strange behaviour in the sim at the moment, with obviously a very overdue sim update 15. Actually getting quite frustrated. I think a lot of people are, aren't they? It's fair to say. Right, so we're going to use Com 1 for today, but we'll have Com 2 set to BeyondATC in a little while. But we haven't actually fired it up yet. You can see it there, just in the background. So it is all kind of ready. Fun fact, nothing's tuned. There's all the frequencies for London Luton. Let's close that. I am now on the auto respond voice. So there we go, British Outgeek, premium only. So I can set myself up to do auto respond, and I will reply as if it is me replying for you. So I can now be your co-pilot in BeyondATC, which is really smart. Let's tune though to ground on 121755. Make sure we're on mic, selected on Com 1. I've turned the speaker up on the second one. I'll turn that off for now though, because we're not going to use it imminently. Now we're expecting 07 and the Rodney 1 Charlie departure. And we've got a QNH of 1022. Scribbling down a few little bits. After departure, make initial contact with London Control 120025. It's information alpha. Hello, Davido, Daniil, and Nicola. Welcome, guys. Let's have a little call up here. So, Luton Ground, good morning, Osprey 516 Alpha. Stand 46 with Alpha, Boeing 737-800 QNH 1022. Request clearance to Madeira. Clear Madeira, Rodney 1 Charlie departure, squawk 2202 Osprey 516 Alpha. Lovely job. Now, (2202). So that's all good. That's all set. We're not going to do those. Let's turn our attention just briefly to the charts, which should now be on your screen. So we're going to push start here in the east. You can't hear the... Now you can, hopefully. Too many different settings that I changed when we streamed DCS. But yeah, anyway, you can hear the tower now, hopefully, or the ground. Not that there's any transmissions at the minute, because I've just missed that. Anyway, there we go.
Afternoon, Ascot 205.73.
Hopefully the volume's okay against my voice as well. So yeah, pushing at the starting on the east apron.
Ascot 2205, listen ground, good afternoon.
Through Delta, Alpha, Bravo, and we're going to need the full length. So we're going to have to come down with a little backtrack round this little corner bit here. From there, taking off runway 07. It's only got a length of 2,162 metres, so the runway length isn't particularly long. I'm going to say it, it's like the Skiathos of the UK. Really short runway. For the weight that we have today. So I've done loads of performance calculations. There's Madeira. Rodney 1 Bravo is going to be this. So runway heading to 3.8 DME from ILTN's lock DME there, 109.15. Pretty much at the Luton NDB 345. Then we'll be turning around, right turn, 256 degrees to 4,000. Out to 5,000, DME 7. From the Bovingdon VOR, radial of 007 degrees there, that is. And then out to Henton NDB, 5,000, Rodney, and then Compton. So with that, we've got the initial altitude of 5,000 set, down on the radios, all the way down here. We've only got ADF 1, remember, but we can tune 345 for Luton, and we can tune Henton 433.5. Like so, and then we can, if I just hide the charts, just check. Cool. Panic then, that was the song I'm not allowed to play because it's in the playlist. We flick these to ADF and it will pick up the ADFs. ADF 2 won't do anything because we don't have ADF 2 in the jet.
401, listen ground, good afternoon. I don't see you as an A320. Can you just confirm A340 for me?
A-firm, we are on Airbus A340, Iberia 401.
Iberia 401,
flight directors, that's all good, they're all set.
Rodney 1 Charlie departure, squawk 5016.
Let's just get all of them on, and APU. Fire that up. So there's our weights for today. Let me just turn that speakers down, because I feel like the radio, the ATC is a bit too loud.
Correction, Iberia 401, be back correct.
But yeah, we're pretty heavy. Gross weight of 73 tons, max takeoff weight 79.3, and our zero fuel weight 59.5. We've got a lot of, well, with the cabin's full, we're going 2-class config today with this jet, and we've got 3.5 tons in the cargo hold roughly. And we've had to do some performance calculations that result in us using the 27k bump. So every bit of power the engines can give us, and then reverting to climb profile 2 to smooth it out after takeoff. Flaps 25, which is the highest amount of flaps I've used in the 737, so it's going to be interesting. And there's our V-speeds, the takeoff trim and all that. So 147 for V2, add the 10, 157, 074 for runway heading, and the altitude set to 5,000. Initial cruise 33, and airport elevation here is 5,000. Pop the seatbelt signs on, APU gens are ready. That's looking good. Whack the probes on for now, and while we do that, prepare for pushback and departure, and then we'll dual bleed with the APU, like so. So everything is now set and ready. Tanks, pumps, everything's on. Lights all set as required. I'll put the anti-collision light on now because I might forget. That's set. Radios are set. Now we need to do London M Centre 120.025.
Osprey 2472, listen ground stand.
That's ready.
Pushing start approved.
Clear that.
Push to south facing south, Osprey 247.
And there's our little outbound route. So, pretty good. Good old EFB. Try and get a couple of screenshots here, because we don't often come to Luton, do we? It's one of those kind of airports stuck in the backside of the UK, where nobody wants to fly from. But yeah, it's a custom pushback here, so we should see what we get. VFFX, hello to you. Thanks for providing us with some ATC. It's much appreciated. I know the weather's really nice today, so I wasn't actually expecting any controllers online, because it's hard not to resist enjoying the weather, isn't it? So, took release points, X-Ray Victor, Yankee and Zulu. We'll see what we get. And ground, Osprey 516 Alpha, stand 46, fully ready, request push start.
Osprey 516 Alpha, stand 46.
Oh. Hey, your readability 1, you kept braking there. We'll just wait to see what happens next. Now I haven't fired up BeyondATC yet, beyond linking my thing, because we don't want the radio checks and startups or anything just yet.
Osprey 516 Alpha, my apologies, my Wi-Fi just cut out. Could you say that again?
No worries at all. Yeah, Osprey 516 Alpha, request push start.
Osprey 516 Alpha, stand 46, pushing start approved.
Push start approved, Osprey 516 Alpha. Continue pushback. So, took release points. Are these. So we've got X-Ray Victor. I'm actually going to select Victor, I think, facing east, because it's going to be a push-pull. So I'll set Victor, like so. Dismiss GPU, remove PMDG chocks. Boink. Hey, is that Gav? Car brakes off.
Was there 27 Delta?
What's the music?
Good afternoon. I don't see a flight plan for you. Can you turn B file, please?
Badge says, I hope I get off the runway with his A340. It'll be a short flight. We got we got Zato and we've got Badge. They're both flying the A340 today to Madeira. So if we're going to struggle with our weight here, then that's going to be a bit of a struggle. Who's the whiz that just put up? Ignition mode, ground.
One, looking for push and start at ramp 1.
So that's one of the tug release points there. We're actually going to get released up here somewhere instead.
Stand 1, push and start approved by Iberia 401.
Got to turn the packs off. Tell I'm used to flying Airbus and FA-18s. That's a bit better. Now we've got N2 moving.
Osprey 598, stand 9, push and start approved, facing south.
320. Squirt some fuel in. Oh, it's froze. Okay. Crikey, that's tight. I thought we were getting a bit close to the fence.
1737 behind, I'll call you back, hold position.
And Luton Great Osprey 272, ready for taxi.
Osprey 2472, stand by, I'll come back to you.
Let's see, that's probably going to be a good one. Out there, isn't it, for takeoff?
Look around with there to Delta. I think the flight plan should be filed now.
So there's 27 Delta 8. Can you just confirm your stand and this, please?
So we've got, for those of you who fly with Osprey Airways, our virtual airline, we've got Luton as a base with a number of routes, including this one. So we're flying a scheduled service today to Madeira, which is why we've got the call sign Osprey 516 Alpha. And what it's going to result in is having the aeroplane positioned en route now for somebody to fly out of Madeira back to its home base of Manchester. Because this Airbus is actually, sorry, this Boeing is actually based in Manchester on our virtual airline. Or, alternatively, it could be flying back into Luton for another rotation out. You know, temporary bases and all that. So we'll keep tugging forwards to Victor. We'll kind of just own this whole apron, which is about here. Lovely custom pushbacks. Oh, James, I wish I was a pilot in real life, mate. Can't afford it. I've tried 3 times and I've run out of money 3 times, and or had to use the money for more important, realistic reasons. So apparently the Netherlands, for those of you like Norwegian,
are you able to just pull forward a wee bit so we can get aircraft at stand?
Netherlands have been
I'm just waiting for
disqualified from Eurovision because of a bracket incident, which sounds a bit weird.
Forward until you get to the A340 in front.
FM, I'll taxi forward to the A340. I'll spread you for 72.
1, 2.
And that's got 2205.
That's all good. Just flick that off.
Clear, stand 7, push and start cruise facing south.
That's all good.
Push and start face south when the...
Get the packs back on to keep everybody cool, because it's a hot day. Centre tanks are on.
All stations, listen information, new QNH 1021, I repeat, new QNH 1021, listen out.
Flaps 25. I've never departed like that. So, control surface checks, fully right. Fully left, returning them to the centre each time. Back on the stick. Forwards on the stick. And then some rudders, which I'll do a few times just to remember. Just refresh all of that for the jet. And then we will LF. VNAV. Order thrust. There's the ground pin.
Holding short runway 075 Bravo. Iberia 401.
And Osprey 2472, follow the Iberia.
Let's change our QNH 1021.
Follow the Iberia in front and hold short
left, right's
runway
clear.
07 Bravo, Osprey 2472.
Osprey 516 Alpha, request taxi.
Osprey 516 Alpha, taxi Delta Alpha, hold Alpha 6.
Taxi Delta Alpha, hold Alpha 6, Osprey 516 Alpha. That's a lot of alphas. Right. There's the charts. So Delta, Alpha, hold Alpha 6, which is just there, so we'll be giving way to some of the other folks. Quick check of the old brakes. Christopher, welcome, mate. Am I going to do any more controlling? Yeah, I was thinking about this actually the other day, and I was tempted to do one maybe next week. It might be a weekday stream though. So I'm hoping when we start BeyondATC, it doesn't...
516 Alpha. Pushback not cleared. Immediately stop your pushback. Possible pilot deviation.
Osprey 2472, just continue taxi Bravo to Bravo 1.
Ready to copy.
I think we'll close it. That's BeyondATC.
I just had a bit of a
Let's close that for now.
error, so just bear with me 26 please, Osprey 2472.
That's my first
No worries,
BeyondATC bollocking. Love it. Taxi lights would be helpful. Let's turn them on. Naughty. Lawfox, yes, the Flabawar A32NX is fantastic. I love it. This, though, the 737-800 is my favourite in the sim, by a little fair whack. The Phoenix, though, very close behind, actually, to be fair, nowadays, with its latest updates.
Contact one control now, 120.025, goodbye.
Look at that, the Cobras 3000.
12025, we are part 16 for ADC. Have a good afternoon.
Justin, welcome. Good evening.
Wizz Air 27 Delta, request pushback and start, stand 42.
With our 27 Delta, double check your squawk, 7503.
Squawk 7503, Wizz Air 27 Delta.
Just going to whack that on TA, so it's just one less click. So I think that's the Wizz there waiting to push.
Ground, Osprey
This is just a bit more hands-on, super amazing. So that's what really I love about this, the fact that it's all about the pilot decisions. Whereas the Airbus is significantly automated, which I think just takes a little bit away from it. Ryan, not sure, mate. Luton seems wobbly, Mr. says. It's a bit bumpy, yeah. It's not that Wizz Air. I think that might be a static. Not sure. So left's clear, but we're going to 07. So we are chasing him, the Iberia. That's an A330 there, but he's actually in an A340 300, I believe, or 600. I'm not sure which is ballsy going into Madeira. Yeah, not sure when the PMDG 777 is going to release. We've been told by Robert Randazzo on the forums, the official forums, that they will announce a 2-week window when that does come. So yeah, we'll get 2 weeks worth of heads up, and I'm hoping, touch wood, we get here on this channel the ability to do some previews for you guys. I really love doing all that kind of stuff.
516, give way to company Boeing 737 passing on Bravo, continue taxi, hold short Bravo 1, runway 07.
Give way to the company traffic and then continue taxi Bravo 107 Osprey 516 Alpha. This is the Alpha 6 stop line. Screenshot. Epic. Take that off. We've definitely ended up developing one of the flight sims leading virtual airlines.
Contact London Control now 120.02525.
120.025 for special for demonstration for upgrade cheers.
There we go, lumpy and bumpy. The A340 is off.
Osprey 59.
Oh, he's not even. Has he gone for the? Yeah, it must have been a backtrack.
Osprey 598, follow the Boeing 737.
Super Gamer, do I like BeyondATC? I think it's fantastic. I think it's really good. Offers a lot of promising features, and it's got my voice in there as well.
Osprey 598, no worries. Co-pilot. The Boeing 737 in front. Hold short Bravo 1, runway 07.
Some of the things that I've thought about as well. You know, on the review video I did, where we had the lineup and cleared for takeoff kind of merged instruction, which just isn't something you would hear in real life. What they've done is they've amended that by the end of that day. So they saw that bit.
Osprey 516 Alpha, contact London Control now 120.025. Have a nice stream. See ya.
Contact London 120025. Thanks to the ATC. Have a good day, Osprey 516 Alpha. See ya.
Shuttle 3 Golf, London Control.
Bravo 3. Bravo 1 is up there. Split Notion says, do you know whether the AI traffic will be free when it comes out?
Idea 401 airborne.
I'm not sure, mate, to be honest. That's a good question as well.
401, climb flight level 70.
70,
Shuttle 3 Golf.
London Control, hello, Osprey 516 Alphas at Bravo, requiring full length but ready for departure.
Osprey 516 Alpha, London Control, hello there, roger that.
So I'm telling the controller there that I need the full length because of weight. So I've asked, basically I preempted it, so instead of them saying, clear for takeoff or line up and wait, 07, I've just made it kind of known early that I need that little bit of extra runway there to help me, otherwise I won't have enough runway to take off. So it's just trying to help each
Iberia
other,
401,
basically.
turn right, heading 300 degrees.
Yeah, it's
300
you know, as the
Iberia
developers
401.
said, it's in the handbooks, the ICAO handbook. So it is a permitted instruction.
Osprey 247,
But because they have very different meanings, they're never kind of merged. They're often separated for a reason, because otherwise you might hear the lineup.
Osprey 516 Alpha behind the company 737-800 shortly rolling via Bravo 1. Enter, backtrack, line up and wait behind.
Behind the departing company traffic, line up and backtrack 07 behind Osprey 516 Alpha.
Iberia 401, climb now, flight level 140.
140, Iberia 401.
Control, good afternoon, Ascot 2205 at Bravo 1.
Ascot 2205, London Control, hello, hold Bravo 1.
Bravo 1, and I'll require fuel in Ascot 2205.
Ascot 2205, roger.
Super Gamer, this is the Tobii Eye Tracker.
Osprey 2472, report your passing level.
Osprey 2472 passing 1,400 feet.
Osprey 2472, roger, climb flight level 70.
Climb flight level 70, Osprey 2472.
Want as much of this runway as we can get. It's only, as you can see there, it's only a couple of meters, but it's a couple of meters that we don't have to play with.
Iberia 401, turn left, heading 280 degrees.
280 degrees, Iberia 401 heading.
That's all set. RTO, that's all good. Flaps 25 for takeoff. It's important to remember that.
516 Alpha, surface wind 110 degrees, 9 knots, runway
27k bump.
For takeoff.
07 clear for takeoff, Osprey 516 Alpha. So, going to hold it on the brakes just for a minute. We've got lights and signs all set. That's all good.
Ascot C205 behind the departing Osprey 737-800.
I'm going to go toga and release the brakes.
Enter, backtrack, line up and wait, runway 07
Brakes
behind.
off. Using every bit of power this jet has.
And line up and wait.
There's the RAF Poseidon there, and the Ascot flight. This is the only way, this performance today, flap 25 and 27 bump, is the only way we can get airborne with a safety margin.
Shuttle 3 Golf monitor Unicom 122.8 today.
Easy. Smashed it.
Shuttle 3 Golf monitor Unicom 122.8 today.
122.8 Shuttle 3 Golf today.
Charlie Egg Alpha Tango 245 London Control, hello, route direct Elva.
CMDA.
Iberia 401, resuming navigation direct Compton.
Those off.
Resume on navigation, Iberia
Flap
401.
5. We're following the flap retraction schedule all the time.
2472, climb flight level 110.
Climb 110, Osprey 2472.
Osprey 516 Alpha, report your passing level.
2,800 Osprey 516 Alpha.
Osprey 516 Alpha, climb altitude 5,000 feet.
Climb altitude 5,000 feet, Osprey 516 Alpha. I feel like I'm more at home today than I am and usually in like things like DCS. Flaps up. So yeah, if we had gone for the normal bump, we'd have ended up kind of rotating in the touchdown zone of the runway, which would have meant that we're very short of a margin to get the wheels off the ground, so makes it interesting. Yeah, wind's all over the place, as Doc's saying there. Welcome, Doc. It's keep this one spinning round.
Virgin 20 Victor, London Control, hello, Nugra 1 Hotel arrival for Heathrow.
Nugra 1 Hotel, Virgin.
Just do an altitude intervention. The one step which will clear us from 4 to 5 because we've been allowed through to 5,000.
2472, climb flight level
That's all
130.
good. That's all set. Flaps are up, no lights. That's the after takeoff checks
Osprey
complete.
516 Alpha, climb altitude 6,000 feet.
Climb altitude 6,000 feet, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Ascot 2205, surface wind 110 degrees 9 knots, runway 07, clear for takeoff.
So M1, a couple of clicks now, because otherwise it'll ignore this first constraint, but won't ignore that one, or that one. So I've had to click it 4 times. There we go. There's Luton.
Iberia 401, turn right immediately, heading 270 degrees. Stop climb, flight level 150, avoiding action on connected traffic.
Whoa!
Roger, 150, and please repeat the heading for Iberia 401 Heavy.
Oh, it's Northern Fox and a Comanche.
Osprey 598,
No,
correction, line up and wait, runway 07, backtrack if required.
Line up, runway.
Not sure where that is. Might be American 101 actually.
Iberia 501, resume navigation, direct Compton.
Direct Compton, Iberia 401.
And Iberia 501, just going to keep you at 150 while that traffic goes over the top of you.
Roger, Iberia 401.
I think that's the American 101. Or it could be Leopard to EGL. Yeah, it will be.
Ascot 2205, climb altitude 5,000 feet.
Off schedule descent. Disregard that.
Osprey 2472, stop your climb, flight level 110.
Stop climb 110, schedule for 17.
Iberia 401, climb flight level 210.
210, Iberia 401.
Will I be getting the A340, Froster says. So I've actually been asked to do a tutorial for it. It's not something that I necessarily fly in stream. There's Luton.
Charlie Alpha Tango 245, check your pressure setting 1013 please. Silver Arrows 22.
David saying there, seeing Canada, he could give the clearance at YLW via Alpha backtrack runway 16 winds XXX at X, clear for takeoff runway 16.
40340, Canada 50410, Silver Arrows, this is number.
Osprey 516 Alpha, climb flight level 80.
Climb flight level 80, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Osprey 2472, climb flight level 140.
140, Osprey 272.
Iberia 401, monitor Unicom 122.8, good day.
Standard.
Over to Unicom.
Pressure on both.
Have a good afternoon, Osprey. Iberia
Off schedule
401.
descent's disappeared.
London Control, Iberia 451.
Yeah, research packs, that's all on. That's all fine. Cabin's pressurising, so that's all good.
451 London Control, hello there. Climb now, flight
London
level
Heathrow, there.
180.
So because of London Luton's positioning, it makes it a bit funky. So you kind of get routed underneath and around the London TMA.
Osprey 2472, climb flight level 170.
170, Osprey 270.
Osprey 516 Alpha, climb flight level 100.
Climb flight level 100, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Osprey, correction, Ascot 2205, climb flight level 70.
Climb 70, Ascot 2205.
Osprey 5908,
Stick it in
surface
here
wind
now still.
110 degrees 9 knots, runway 07, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Osprey 598.
With 27 Delta behind the Osprey departing runway 07 via Bravo 1, enter.
This is what
backtrack
VATSIM is
required,
about.
line up and wait, runway 07 behind.
Fully immersive ATC.
Roger.
Gets you properly kind of sucked into the immersion of it all, doesn't it? Oh, you know what we need to do? What are we going up to? Flight level 100. Let's just turn the lights off. We don't need those.
Osprey 2472, monitor
Whack that
Unicom
off as well.
122.8.
So straight and steady. No lights are off. That's all set. Did I turn those off? Yes. Jolly good.
Osprey 516 Alpha, climb flight level 210.
Climb flight level 210, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Ascot 2205, continue climb flight level 90.
Attention 90, Ascot 2205.
Yeah, until we get sent to Unicom, but then we're going to fire up
London Walker 43.
BeyondATC to see what we get in response.
300 East, Midland Stand 105. Copied, Bravo 1021, requested clear to Glasgow Spa.
Walker 4376, clearance on request, just coordinating with ground, I'll call you back shortly.
He sounds like a real controller, this guy, doesn't he? Like a legitimate, proper controller. Cost index today of 80, so we are going to be blasting along fast as we can be. It's got a little bit of time, and if that was in DCS now, I'd either think that's a tanker, something I've got to intercept, or someone's firing a missile at me. But we don't have that worry today.
Level 340.
Flight level 340, ISR 4000.
There's
Osprey 516
Heathrow.
Alpha, monitor Unicom 122.8, g'day.
1228 for Osprey 516 Alpha. Thanks to the ATC, g'day.
Hello, Charlie Papa, with you passing for level 1.
So, let's switch across. 1228. Let's flick that across. I'm going to go COM2 for the mic.
Visa traffic with 815.
So we just told that guy to calm down. Oh dear. Right. Let's fire up BeyondATC. Bing bong. We'll see what it gives us.
BeyondATC.
There we go. So this is a kind of live first look in action review, I guess. Just changed my altitude to 33, like so. Heading's good. That's all fine. Quick check of that. We're coming up to Compton. It looks like you're starting a flight whilst in the air. Please select which phase of flight you are in. That's really cool. Climb, cruise, descent, or landing. So we're in the climb. And I want 122. What the? Oh, that's the HF sensor. Whoopsie. One 18475. So the mic's active on COM2, but we're listening to both COM1, which is Unicom, and COM2. We obviously have to monitor the rest of this or VATSIM stuff just in case. Nothing tuned, it says. So maybe it doesn't recognise COM2. So let's try COM1, which is, so we want here 118475. Oh, welcome. Okay, that's picked it up. It says frequency does not exist. 118475. Let's try 132050. Okay, that's Luton terminal radar approach. Frequency does not exist. Let's see what we get. Luton radar, hello, Osprey 516 Alpha with you. See what it gives us.
Osprey 516 Alpha, Luton departure identified. Descend to flight level 170.
No, I don't want to do that.
Descend to flight level 170, Osprey 516
But let's
Alpha.
change to my voice.
Osprey 516 Alpha, contact London Control 118.47, bye-bye.
Contact London 118475, Osprey 516 Alpha, bye. Okay, now it's picked it up. London Control, hello, Osprey 516 Alphas through flight level 180 for flight level 330.
Osprey 516 Alpha, reset transponder. Squawk 5020.
I've turned auto respond on.
Squawk 5020, Osprey 516 Alpha.
That was me!
Osprey 516 Alpha, London Control, good day. Identified, climb to flight level 350.
So that's where it gets wrong.
Climb to flight level 350, Osprey 516 Alpha.
That is crazy scary. Oh wow. That was just me. That was AI British Avgeek. I don't want to do 350. Let's see if we can just request an altitude change again, because it keeps doing this. It did this on the last one. And now you're not going to know if it's me or if it's AI me. A lot of control, Osprey 516 Alpha. Request climb flight level 330.
Osprey 516 Alpha. Enable your flight is to the southwest and flight level tree. 0 is an odd numbered flight level. Please pick an even altitude.
I'm going to click 33 again.
Request flight level 330, Osprey 516 Alpha.
That's so impressive.
Osprey 516 Alpha. Enable your flight is to the southwest and flight level tree. 0 is an odd numbered flight level. Please pick an even altitude.
Ah. Let's try 35 then, just see what it gives us.
Request flight level 350, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Osprey 516 Alpha. Flight level 350.
So there's a little bug.
Your assigned cruise level.
We'll climb 35 anyway. Just check my performance. I'll just ignore the next little bit. So 330. What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? Prog. No. Cruise. Let's see if we can get an enhanced performance by doing this. Settings of... Okay, we'll do that. 350. Hey, look at that, we've got one above us. You know why that's the case? So if we go to our flight plan, it's actually correcting what it's done. It can't see step climbs yet, which I don't think is a thing in the early access. I'm just trying to find a way to show you my displays here, folks. Hold on. Is it in this bit? I think it might be. Yes. So, steps. Out of Luton, flight level 330. And then from waypoint Lottie, it wanted us to step to 350, but we're going to do that now anyway. if we can make it, if we've got the performance for it. So it doesn't see the step climb. What it sees is our ultimate final altitude of 350, which is what we're going for anyway. So we'll just go to it now instead of later. So again, it's probably just an early access quirk. They haven't got step climbs supported yet, which is fine. Chris Packett, welcome to you. Says apologies for the tardiness. I had the same problem flying to Lanzarote last week with regards to the odd or even flight levels and gave up in the end. Well, oddly enough, we selected 350 and it took that, so yeah, I think it's fine. 350, that's set as well. Aircraft's pressurising nicely, seatbelt signs are off. So far, for those of you who saw my review video of this, actually quite impressed with it, with BeyondATC. And we're using the premium voices today. So what did we start with? I think it was about 47,000 premium characters, wasn't it? Roughly. So we're already down to 45,217, but we're using the controller as a premium model and my voice in AI as a premium auto response voice. And because we're on VATSIM as well, what I've done is I've pre-designated a separate keybind for the transmission using my keyboard, so I can transmit on BeyondATC separate to VATSIM because I don't want to do cross transmissions. So if you are going to use BeyondATC in a format like this, then you want to make sure that you have two separate keybinds and you are monitoring the channels separately. So as we are here, COM1 for BeyondATC, COM2 1228. You can see all my settings here. So left control for my keybind there. Binding 2, I'm not sure what that relates to specifically. We can turn the volume up a little bit. If I could put the UI sounds back on, it might give us the beep beep noises that I was getting really annoyed at. But there we go. We just kind of sit and enjoy that for a little bit. And what's really nice is that in big purple letters there, you can see precisely what it's asked you to do. So the UI is really clean, it's really easy to read and understand. That in itself is impressive, certainly if you're trying to get used to some ATC. Quite cool. Auto-tune radio, somebody mentioned as a tip, which I'm just trying to find on a video the other day. It's a really good tip. A little small tip, here we go, from TechWhipped. Big thanks to them. It says, if you set to auto-tune radio, which is now on, when we read it back, the AI co-pilot will switch to the correct radio frequency for us automatically if our readback is correct. So that's even more hands-off. It's got so much promise, this, hasn't it? You know, the development team have taken some of the bits, some of the bugs and things that happened on our review flight the other day. They've taken that, they've looked at it and gone, you know what, we can solve that. So the lineup and cleared for takeoff merge command, as I said at the start, that got solved within a couple of hours. And then they've continued to work on it. There's been about 5 updates since its release, so what I'll be doing shortly is probably another review video where we'll fly the same route perhaps, if that sounds good to you guys, unless you want to see a different route. And we'll put it to the test and compare the results, and I'll kind of offer my thoughts. Oh, look at that, contrails have just started. But I think it's got a huge amount of promise associated with this. is about $25, isn't it, for the base package, which doesn't get you any premium voices beyond the 50,000 premium characters that you get to try in the first instance, and then the rest you'll need to top up accordingly. But it's not wildly expensive. If you fly loads, it could get expensive, but again, it's depending on how you change your settings. We're going to fly today using the premium voices all the way, just to kind of hear that until we get proper ATC online via VATSIM, and then we'll switch back, of course. But it's a really nice way of plugging the gap, to be fair, and just having a bit more immersion whilst we fly along. Look at that, such a cool livery. Jeez, that's smoke in the air. That's 2 aircraft. Rab says it's a shame they don't have a trial version. Let's check Belanta, see how we're getting on. Massive thank you to our air traffic controllers for today, covering London Control and Luton Ground. Really appreciate that. You guys make VATSIM as good as it is. And there's our merry little train. He's off to Gibraltar. Giacomo pilot, 34,000. And he's just crossed off behind Ian there. So what we got at the front? Oh, actually, hold on. Badger up front. Tap 919. There he is. He's in the A340-300, and he's already south of Guernsey, flying along. Followed by Zato, also in the A340-300. There he is. Look at that. I have got that, so I don't know if you guys will want to see us do a live stream with it. I know it's the Latin VFR products, they aren't the best. But if you guys really want to see it in a live stream, let us know, we can have a little look. There's Ian's epic screenshots. Flying November Golf. Ian, have you got like a reshade on? Your pictures look a lot darker. Easy 25 uniform Echo. He's off to Menara, so he's not flying along. And we've got Malaga. We've got Ascot 2205 flying the RAF Poseidon. Osprey 5908. Who else do we have? I think 707 liners airborne in the A32NX. And that's Wiz 27 Delta going to Porto. I thought that was Gav, but it's not Gav. That's all of us. Papa Oscar. Luton's really nice. It's got a nice flow of traffic still. I'd like to think we've contributed to that. There we go. There's our routing for today. Unicom all the way, potentially. Depending on what happens. And our diversion is Francisco de Sacanerio Airport, which I think is Porto? Is it Porto?
Osprey 516 Alpha. Contact Brest radar 120.15.
Yes, Brest. Automatic
Contact
me.
Brest radar 120.15, Osprey 516 Alpha.
And it's automatically changed it. How good is that? And now it should
Brest radar, Osprey 516 Alpha. Passing flight level 326 for flight level 350.
Look at me, I'm getting myself.
516 Alpha, Brest radar contact.
I'm getting AI me to do the comms. Now it kind of feels like you've got a co-pilot. That's so cool. I might change the voice from me though. It's a bit weird. UK female. Might be nice. Australian male. Let's go for UK female. Voice sample.
Auto respond character UK female. Climb to flight level 150. Speedbird 259.
Very nice. So I'll just turn that off a little bit so we're not spamming the premium characters. We can see now we're down to 44,956. So we'll keep the controller voice model on premium. And the auto respond voice to UK female. Does that sound good? That's my voice, yes. I sent them, so we got given a script. Loads of different content creators got given a script. It was overdue by about 2 months for me getting it sent in to them, but I've spent about an hour the other week, about last week, post-release, finally recording the script. About 3.5 to 4 minutes of various recordings, announcements, different deflections of my voice, so it's not monotonous. So, you know, saying stuff as I would as a controller, but also saying stuff as I would as a pilot, and then it builds that into, it trains the voice readback basically within the program. It's so intelligent how they've done it, and it actually sounds like me, doesn't it? Games Deep, is that the contrails from Parallel 42 Sim FX? No, it's not. No, it's not. It's that's just default. To be honest, I'm probably not going to get Sim FX. I'm happy with how the sim looks as it is. Bearing in mind that some of the features in SimFX are about to come out in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, aren't they, from what we understand, so I don't want to then spend sort of, is it £25 or however much it is to buy a product which might become redundant when I go to MSFS 2024 shortly. How much is the BeyondATC top-ups? Let's find out for you. In fact, I can show you on. Can I show you on here? No, it's in the main sort of menu-y thing. Pricing structure, here we go. So it's $30 for the base pack, which is what we've got. We've got 50,000 free premium characters, which is an hour of speech apparently, approximately. And as David said there in the chat, people are kind of roughly saying that the 50,000 would be done in about 9 flights with premium, so it would go quite quickly, that. And if you run out and you needed more, it's $10 for 250,000 premium characters, which is about 15 to 20 flights. And I'm on the old thingy. Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome back to the programme. This is British Av Geek, and I'm a guest voice in BeyondATC. That's so cool. We've got Squirrel.
Hey guys, Squirrel here, and I'm a guest voice in BeyondATC.
Jeff Fabiano.
Hello everyone, this is Jeff Fabiano, and I'm a guest voice in EasyJet
Sim.
Hello friends, followers and channel members, this is EasyJet Sim Pilot, and I'm a guest voice in BeyondATC.
Oh, hello.
Civ Ryan.
Civ Ryan, and I'm a guest voice in BeyondATC.
Flyby Simulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Flyby Simulations, and I'm a guest voice in BeyondATC.
Overkill.
Hello everybody, this is Overkill Simulations, and I'm a guest voice in BeyondATC.
And me again.
Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome back to the programme. This is British Av Geek, and I'm a guest voice in BeyondATC.
That's so cool. Oh dear. And what it's actually done is it's kind of understood how each of us speak to all of you guys when you're watching, and it's actually somehow put that into that little intro thing, because that comment there at the start wasn't in the script, so it's taken that and modelled it in itself. Pretty smart. I don't know how they've done it, it's so intelligent. Guernsey, Jersey and Albany down there. There's good old Jersey. Jersey? Jersey. Intellect says, anyone tried the landing VFR A340? I was asking a second ago whether or not you guys would want to see that in the stream. I might have missed it in the live chat. Zalta said he wouldn't mind an A340 stream. Hong Kong to RPLL in the Philippines. Airlines A340 is a real route they used to fly. Zeddy says, does this Osprey Airways livery and airline have a website? Yes, go to BritishAvGeek.com and all the information is there, mate. And it's a virtual airline where you can track all your flights. We use New Sky, which is this, and it is epic. So it's tracking the flight in the background, and at the end of it, it will give us a log. So, oh look, it's hiding the log now. All log entries sent successfully. So you can't even see the stuff in the log. Smart. But we've been using this for a little while, and I think hands down it is the best virtual airline client that anyone can use, so that's pretty cool. Yep was asking, can you fly using BeyondATC without sim brief? To be honest, mate, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can. I'm not sure if you can. LFX, welcome on board. Hope you're well. There we go. Just David says, no, you do need a SimBrief account to connect. It's free to use SimBrief though. I guess that'll change once VFR is covered by BeyondATC. Badge says he wants an Osprey livery for the A340-300. To be fair, I wonder how quickly Horizon Simulations, I wonder if we can get them to integrate the fly-by-wire A32NX stuff into it. I know they fell out with Latin VFR a little bit, didn't they? But their freeware mods make it so immersive. It would be quite good to be able to have that, wouldn't it? So we might have to do a little bit of begging. $10 miles ahead, so that's going to be Ian. Lots of traffic around us. Got one down that way somewhere. Is it that? Well, that looks... that's got to be an aeroplane, it's not a ship. Hello V-Pilot, welcome mate. How are you? One there. We've got two ahead, so one directly ahead. We've got one over there, you can see it's contrail, and then the other one has gone the other way, the contrail kind of zipping off behind a little bit. And there is the French coast from the edge of the first office. See if I can get this. Look at that. Luigi, welcome. Thanks for subscribing, welcome on board. It's still the whole kind of thing about, you know, do you buy a payware aircraft for a freeware group to mod it? And I still kind of disagree with that quite a bit. I disagree with the principle of it, but sometimes you just got to swallow that, don't you? That coastline there is exquisite, isn't it? Look at that. Really nice. That is, if I just try and find the location, Lannion. Côte de Granny. Said in my finest French. And then routing over the Bay of Biscay shortly. And shall I leave the BeyondATC on the auto tune for it to just kind of crack on itself, or shall I set it so I have to read back? What do you guys reckon? What would you like to see the most?
Osprey 516 Alpha, contact Brest radar 124.72.
Contact Brest radar 124.72, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Auto tune, please, Dwal says.
Radar Osprey 516 Alpha. Flight level 350.
That's so cool.
Osprey 516 Alpha, breast radar, radar contact.
And actually, that's a basic voice, a female pilot, UK female pilot voice. There is the co-pilot doing the readbacks, and that sounds absolutely fine, doesn't it? It sounds really good, and that doesn't affect the character count too much. So, because that's not a premium model, we're not going to have the character get wiped out too quickly there. But obviously, we've got the controller voice set to premium, and that's draining slowly. Australian male. International basic accents are set, so we should get French sounding controllers through this little bit. Yeah, with the bump MPS, the takeoff was fine, mate. And that's the frequency we're on now, 124.72. So should we? So Dwal there saying auto tune, please. But shall I leave auto respond on, or shall I set it so I have to respond myself? So we can turn that off. We can try the next frequency actually. So we will get the next frequency given to us, and if I read it back correctly, if I leave that set up like that with auto tune on, providing I read it back, the co-pilot should auto tune it for me within the client of BeyondATC. He says 35,000. Well, let's go back to VNav. Very true. Ian says, what happens if you read back incorrect? It will correct you. So we'll do that next time then. So what I'll do is I'll read back incorrectly, see how it behaves, and then I'll read it back correctly, and then we'll watch the auto tune, having listened to my own response, and then I'll turn all of the automatic features back on again to really kind of test it out a little bit more. Is this helping you guys all understand and see BeyondATC in action a little bit better, based on the review from the other day, which lots of people have watched, said it was a very good, balanced review. So thanks to everybody who's tuned in and watched that and shared it around as well and spread it far and wide. Some of it is kind of out of date already because they fixed a lot of it. So it's pretty cool. What's the standout for me is the fact that the development team are really passionate about it. They're taking a lot of constructive feedback on board. They're listening to all the bug reports, trying to replicate them, and then with that, it is kind of, I can tangibly see an improvement already based on my one flight the other day in the review to the flight today. What I was going to do today was just a purely BeyondATC flight, but because we have loads of people that fly along, it would mean that we wouldn't be able to see all of you. So we've gone with VATSIM like we usually do, and then we're using BeyondATC to kind of plug that gap when we're on Unicom. And if you're just tuning in and wondering how we're kind of balancing the two, I'm monitoring Unicom on 122.8 with VHF2 selected and turned up, and then BeyondATC uses COM1, which is what we're running it on at the minute. There, 124.720, and I've got that turned up as well, and the mic selected to COM1 too, or COM1 as well, rather, to make it a bit clearer. The Barbarian Killer, welcome. Thanks for flying. Who stayed up yesterday and saw the solar plume and the northern lights over the UK? I missed it, I couldn't believe it. Apparently it's going to be even more intense tonight, 11 o'clock onwards, so we're going to keep an eye out for that. Hopefully I get to see it. It's kind of one of those once in a lifetime potential events. And if you do want to join our virtual airline, head to BritishAvGeek.com, go to the Osprey Airways page, and a load of information is there with the links that will take you to New Sky, and it will kind of help explain how to sign up. But yeah, we're one of Flight Sim's leading virtual airlines already, with well over 500 pilots, which is epic. Rab, nice. And yes, absolutely. It says, I saw it once where I live a long time ago. MPS Gaming says, I think it can work with his voice accent. BeyondATC not using Windows voice recognition. I'm not sure. I think there's a lot of people with various accents around the world that have got like various accents and twangs and things, and it seems to be okay at picking a lot of them up. Ian, nice. Said got a pink glow down here with the Aurora Australis. Again, it's supposed to be another good show tonight. Never usually gets this far north. Dwal says it came back from Norfolk where they had some good pictures of the Northern Lights to Nottingham where the city lights made it impossible. Thankfully where I am, I'm in the countryside, very rural, very little light pollution, like next to no light pollution. So if the skies are clear tonight, which I hope they will be, I will probably sit outside or sit in my bedroom window and try and get some pictures. Paul saying he's enjoying the in-action realism. Good stuff. So I'm not sure if we have to change to another frequency soon. I'm not sure if there's a frequency that hangs in the middle of the Bay of Biscay. Kind of, is it La Rochelle or Bordeaux? I'm not convinced it is. I think this is all part of Brest radar. Brest Centre. Or Australis in a tornado a couple of days ago, Scott said. Scary, my goodness. A tornado in Perth. Wow. There you go, MPS Gaming. So you could give it a go, mate. At £25 approximately, depending on whatever that translates to in your own currencies, you can't really go wrong. Because there might be a day where you think, you know what, it's just Unicom, flying on my own, and I want to just have less pressure with VATSIM, or whatever it might be. Maybe you're a bit busy and you can't, you're going to have to kind of go back and forth, but you'll still want the immersion of the air traffic control. So what you could do is take off and set your flight and set it to auto tune and auto respond, and if you then got to pop out for 5 minutes, make lunch, come back to the flight deck to carry on your flight, the co-pilot's got the comms still. And yes, no radio fear of getting it wrong. The controller might correct you and say, like, you know, incorrect or negative, and they'll correct you. As we're about to see in a minute, when we change frequency, I'll intentionally get it wrong. Oh, there you go, MPS Gaming. Perfect for you then, mate. You know, flying VATSIM, he only ever flies whenever we're flying on the streams on VATSIM. So most of the time, MPS, they're saying that he flies offline. So, yeah, that's even better, mate. That's you're kind of the person the product's designed for then. There's Lottie, so that's where our kind of step climb in the flight plan was set to 350, but we've already done the step. We will need to do, that's in 200 miles, but we will need to do a fuel check. And at Lottie, we are expecting, if I can find it in my big old list, 9 tons of fuel. There it is. Dave says, well, I've got to be honest, he's loving BeyondATC. He's just done a flight for Osprey Airways from Edinburgh to Birmingham, and it vectored him in faultlessly for a perfect touchdown. That's great to hear. It's great to see that it's kind of recognising Osprey Airways as well, and it's got some virtual airlines loaded into it. I think that's really quite a nice little nod to different communities and the way people fly on in flight sim. Jacob says he saw the Aurora Borealis last night. What an amazing spectacle. Could you see it with your naked eye, or were you kind of having to hold your camera up to it? Out of curiosity, so I know what to expect for tonight. Mind you, no my luck, I'll look outside and I won't see them because it'll be cloudy. And then I'll close the blinds. And then all the sky will clear up and I'll have gone to bed. You Music Original, welcome, thanks for subscribing. David there saying, how many languages do I speak? I wish I could speak loads. I can't. English. I used to be able to speak okay German, but then never used it for years and I forgot pretty much all of it. But yeah, nothing really else. I've tried to learn a bit of Japanese in the past. Very complicated, struggled with it. And then kind of eventually just gave up. David says he controls on ATC on VATSIM more than he ever flies on VATSIM. Actually, our en route alternate is Lisbon PPT. Humberto Delgado. And we're going to burn 9,100 kilograms of fuel en route. We've got 13,500 loaded prior to departure for fueling. Route distance for today 1,405 nautical miles. How do I get the little osprey symbol I see in chat? Oh, the little British AvGeek logo for the guys in green. They're all the channel members. So you can press the dollar button and there should be an option to join, I think. It should say join and then it will show you the different membership options. Bronze, silver, gold, frequent flyers. If that makes sense. Or next to where it says subscribe, next to the channel name, it might say join, and it will give you the options that way, if that's the bit you mean. Night Shepherd, much more relaxing flight tonight, yes. Yesterday was so stressful. I was saying the other day, I was saying kind of in the evening on Discord, just as I feel like I'm understanding elements of the FA-18 on DCS, something will happen that will remind me immediately that I just don't understand it that well. Ian did a really good job yesterday, blasting around on DCS, learning bits. He survived a lot longer than I did. Yeah. And I'm back at home in the 737 today. It'd have been even more relaxed if we were in the A320. We got here, we were spread all over the shop. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 all around us. Just trying to work out who they are. Crikey. Couple going to Faro. He's just ahead of us, our little group, going into Madeira. So we'll be coming in with him. We got Kuhl as well, Condor, 3 Hotel Delta. He's a little bit further up ahead as well. We've got TAP 5 Kilo Alpha going to Madeira. He's on VATSIM. He's off to the right slightly. He's one of those. MROC, MMX, LMG, Gibraltar. Night Shepherd, welcome mate. Thanks for joining as a channel member. Appreciate it. Wait, look at that, we've got cross-flow traffic. That is Lufthansa 518, it's an A340-300 going off to MROC. That's epic. Look at that. A little screenshot of him. Thousand foot below. Oh, look at that. Default contrails. Spectacular. Oh, that's alright, Night Shepherd. Sometimes YouTube will automatically cancel memberships, so it will give you the opportunity to rejoin if you wanted to. Because some people, the worry there is some people forget to cancel these things, so they have got a thing in place that sometimes it will just automatically cancel after a certain amount of months to get you to rejoin if you still wanted an active membership, if that makes sense. It's one of the little kind of protections I think YouTube has. He's vanished already. Got two jets there on top of each other. Keeping an eye on the fuel burn as well actually. 800 kilos, 140 nautical miles. What was it? 160 before, wasn't it? Might be burning a little more than we would like. We've got a 45 knot headwind though. Doesn't help. Oh, Dave, exciting. He's also pre-ordered his Windwing. Can't wait to take delivery of that. Is that the Windwing FCU? Really cool bit of kit, that. I think, from what I've understood on the changelog from the last updates, they now support DirectX 12 with it as well. For those of you using the sim on DX12. Stuart says, good afternoon everybody. He's tried to look at the Northern Lights, but where he is there's too much light pollution, so he reckons you could almost do with driving somewhere dark for it. Depends how much you want to see it really. You probably wouldn't need to drive too far either. As I said, I'm lucky where I am that if I'd have looked outside yesterday and got the camera up to kind of have a little look at it, it would have been really quite remarkable, but I missed it. I went to bed instead. It was the DCS stream wiped me out. So waypoint Lottie will be on kind of Spanish radar. I think is it Bilbao Center or something like that. Much longer flight today because there's no stream tomorrow, so going back to the garden centre. I've got to try and find a load of charcoal and a load of other bits, and compost and all these things, so doing that instead. So I thought today would be quite a nice one to do a longer flight than usual. Ian says, does it give you any radio traffic for aircraft near you on BeyondATC? Not yet. From what I understand, there's no kind of AI in the early access just yet. Just trying to find so which features are available in the early release, in the release of early access. Full IFR for jetliners and GA most everywhere in the world. 250 plus premium basic voices with accents from around the globe. Voice button or co-pilot comms with ATC. Highly realistic FAA and ICAO phraseology. Dynamic runway SID star selection based on winds, it says there, which is interesting because we thought some people have said that they've been flying into places and it seems quite fixed. But it says there that it has dynamic runways based on weather, which is quite cool. Pirates, direct twos, altitude changes and more. Full sim brief integration, ILS visual approaches based on weather, vectors and more. And an ever expanding list of custom user data for airport specific SOPs. In development still though, traffic injection and control, VFR flights, emergency procedures, oceanic procedures and VR interface. But you can still use BeyondATC without the VR interface. If you use VR, you'll just need to obviously set it up on the screen before you then get the headset on. It does need an active internet connection. It uses cloud-based technology, requires an active connection with the internet to work. And it will be available for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 as well. Is BeyondATC powered by AI? Because I've seen a few people say it uses speech recognition instead of ChatGPT. They say here, we use the latest in AI technologies to process your voice, decide what the ATC should do, and generate highly realistic responsive with AI voices. However, to keep the program affordable, we do not use a large language model such as Gemini or ChatGPT. So they use a different version of AI, which makes it a lot more affordable for everybody, which is where the premium voices come in. So the more you fly, if you want the premium voices, the more you're going to use. It might end up wiping out quite quickly, and then you've got to top it up because they need to pay the server costs for BeyondATC to have the premium voice models. I would hope there's an element of markup to it, so they make a bit of money from it because they're providing a great service to us. But I'm not sure. They might just have set the price at the amount that they need to pay the people that run the server, kind of thing. Jason McLovin says the Navigraph map doesn't work in the 737. Can you help me out? It's just a white screen. Oh yeah. Not sure what to suggest there. We've got this one though, the kind of big map. But I don't want to tinker with that too much in case it then causes a crash. So I won't check any further. Hey ho. But there's that waypoint there. That's where we should get a handoff. So I'll get the frequency wrong to trigger it to refresh and correct us. 9 tons 80, yeah. Pushing the fuel burn a little bit, we might be slightly under here. Rab said he had a weird problem with Navigraph itself earlier. The map disappeared. Had to reload Navigraph itself, so it might just be a server issue, Jason, with everybody. If loads of people have connected today, it might just be the server that's a bit stretched, perhaps, as an example. Rab says, how's Loki doing at the moment? He's doing alright. It's as good as he'll be. Thanks for asking. He's still as happy as usual. Ian's got an app for the solar plumes. Is that an app that's just covering kind of where you live, or is it everywhere? I wonder if there's a way I can track it myself. I don't fancy staying up till 11, half 11 to then not see it. Frog. He reckons we'll have 9 tons exactly at Lottie there. I'll take it. Nice. What else? That's all good. It'd be interesting to see at what point BeyondATC hands us off, because the ATC itself would hand us off just a couple of miles beforehand. Instead of getting to Lottie and then handshaking us off, it would have us moving across to the frequency as we are closing in on to cross that waypoint. So it'll be interesting to see at what point it does get us to do that. Darcy2, welcome mate. How are you? Hope you're well. If you're enjoying today, of course, press the like button. If you give us a little thumbs up if you've not done so already. Helps push it up everybody's feeds, those who haven't tuned in, all that kind of stuff. Darcy2's a smidge better than yesterday's. Fever seems to have broken. Oh yeah, you had COVID, didn't you? You said yesterday. Hopefully you get over that quite quickly. A lot of people seem to have COVID at the moment. We've had a couple of people at work with the old coronavirus as well. Various new strains. I think it's one of those things that will never go away now. China have released it from this lab in Wuhan, and it's I think just something the whole world is now stuck with. But it is what it is. Oh, thankfully now it's not lethal, is it? That's the difference. Whereas when it first started coming out, it was wiping out a small number of people across the world. Whereas now it's kind of in between a flu and a cold, which is quite good. I'll say quite good. By comparison, that is. To how it was back in 2019, 2020. There were some weird times we lived through. Dave Bass says, do you often fly at close to your maximum at each particular flight level? What do you mean? Do you mean the speed there? For me, it just depends on what my cost index is and all that kind of stuff, because we're not a real airline, so we don't have to worry about burning actual money by means of fuel. We wouldn't necessarily run the route on cost index 15. So today I've chose cost index 80 to have the speed right up at the top. You'd probably have it's not going to allow me to display it without changing the speed. You'd probably have an airline fly this on kind of cost index of 23, and they're, I think from what I understand, Madeira, certainly the Canary Islands, are quite expensive on fuel as well, so you might have them tanker as well, so they might fill the tanks right up and be incredibly heavy, like maximum takeoff weight, so that they get less fuel in Lanzarote instead, because for example there the fuel might be another $30 per litre more expensive. But I preset the cost index in the planning phase today to cost index of 80. What it will mean though, Dave, is later on in the flight when we start our descent, the aircraft is going to want to descend a lot faster than we might want it to. So we might have to just dynamically change that. And in fact, we could probably look at doing that now anyway. So in the descent, look, it's going to want to descend at 330 knots, which is really rapid, so we can change that to 280. So when we go through flight level 280 and we go from Mach, which will descend on Mach 80, which again is really fast, it will then target 280 knots on conversion instead. To just make it a little bit smoother for the descent and slow us down a bit. Otherwise we're going to be carrying tons of energy into Madeira. For which, folks, we're expecting the circling approach runway 05, which is always spicy. You know, I used to, when I had really bad colds, once in a while in winter, what I used to do was have a little shot. You know, you get the miniatures of Drambuie. I used to put a load of ice in a glass, put that miniature of Drambuie in, you know, maybe half is just one measure, instead of the whole little 30cl bottle, and I'd drink that, and what it would do is, I think all of the botanicals and the ethanol, the alcohol in the Drambuie, would burn and clear out a lot of the stuff in my nostrils and my throat and things. So I was found, weirdly enough, it was only ever Drambuie that kind of worked. I don't even like the taste of it. It's ruddy, horrible stuff, but it worked. Does too, yeah, absolutely. Most of the tests now are completely pointless. They don't actually pick up on the virus anymore. Certainly the nose ones are completely pointless. I think the reason why we've gone to the nose ones only is because it is lowering the amount of people who are testing positive. I think it was purely political / economical thing. Because I did a test 2 years ago when I had COVID. I did a test with the nose, it came back negative. Did another one with the nose, came back negative. I was adamant I got it, and then I dug out from the cupboard one of the older test packets where we had to do the throat and the nose, if you remember those. Horrible, when you're doing the back of your throat and then rotating it in your nostril and stuff. That came back positive instantly. But yes, it says it all. And ever since that, I've not bothered doing a nose-only test because they are rubbish. Just waste, certainly when you have to buy them now. 707 liner says a good hot curry works for him. I haven't had a curry for a long time. I do love a good curry with a garlic naan. Lottie's coming up. We can see where it is in the sky, that waypoint, because that first aircraft is now turning. There's another aircraft there converging on it, and another aeroplane as well. They look really close actually. We are expecting handoff imminently as well. Tap 5 Kilo Alpha and Ian Osprey 2472. So Iberia 401 is the first line that we can see on the turn. And I'm just going to get BeyondATC up on the screen so we can see what it's thinking and what it's about to do. Not a Vindaloo. Not fair, that's too spicy. Gregory, nice. Hopefully it all came back negative, ramp. 9.1, so we just might have to be a bit careful on the old fuel burn. I'm waiting for that handoff now. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Precisely. So don't forget, we've had no ATC now for a little while. About 20 minutes? But it is in the background. So we'll see how it hand check. We've still got 15 miles to go. 16 nautical miles to be precise. We'll probably get a handoff as we cross Lottie. On VATSIM it will be a human handing over to another human, in theory and in real life. So it would be done probably a little earlier to hand you off. They can then send all your stuff electronically to the new controllers and kind of connect all the dots. This is just handshaking with itself. So we've got auto tune on, auto respond off. I'm going to read back an incorrect frequency. Oh, Rab, sorry to hear that, mate. Good morning, Jay. Welcome. How are you, mate? If anyone wants to join us and fly along, you can fly from Bilbao or somewhere like that and join the back of the pack. We'll be over Bilbao shortly. Yeah, it went through a phase, didn't we, Brad, Durst, too, as well. It kind of felt like it was rapidly accelerating. Certainly in the UK, it felt like everybody was just falling down around you. We've gone through some strange times the last couple of years, and we got through it probably no thanks to things like Microsoft Flight Simulator coming out as well that kept people sane. They're going to hand us off. Still got Luton stuck at the top there. So we're now past Lottie. Oh.
Osprey 516 Alpha, contact Madrid, control 118.27.
So I'm going to get this wrong. Contact Madrid 119.27.
Negative, Madrid control on 118.27.
Apologies, contact Madrid 118.27, Osprey 516 Alpha, bye. Auto tune is set. Bam, look at that, done. Just done the handshake for us. Madrid control, hola. Osprey 516 Alpha, flight level 350, Lottie.
Osprey 516 Alpha, Madrid control, radar contact.
Snazzy. So let's have the pilot do the comms again, the co-pilot do the comms. So we'll reselect auto respond on, auto tune radio on, like so. That worked really well, didn't it, Ian? Yeah. And yeah, it loves how it recognises Osprey. And also we're getting all these different regional dialects. So we're flying into Spain now and we're starting to get a Spanish accent on the speech kind of thing from the controller. We had a slight French twang to the previous controller for breast control. And it snapped the comms over for us correctly when we got the frequency correct with that auto tune set. Yeah, imagine how good it's going to be in a year or two, 707 liner. I think it's going to be actually even less than that. You know, give it a couple of months. And as Jay is saying there's a couple of bugs here and there, but they've already made 5 updates in a week. They've squashed some of the bugs that I've reported and found in the review video that I did last week as well, just after the release. And actually, just in general, very, very impressed with it all. I've got to say. What What I might do, I'm just going to check something. On a document that I've got from them. Oops. I might have to change my keybind from control because I can't do copy paste. Oh, that doesn't work then. That's a shame. To instructions. I was just looking at their documents for a few of the little things to try and work it all out in my head. Can't find the little bit that we wanted. That's fine. Might ask them a question via a DM or something in the next few days. David says it's going to be great to have their traffic injection and traffic control. It'd be interesting to see how it all works. Whether they use FSLTL's Flight Radar 24 link, or whether they'll have that kind of integration or not. I'm not sure how it's going to work. That would be very impressive though, if that is something that they can get to work. Or even like a BeyondATC multiplayer server, similar to what New Sky has with a multiplayer server. If you could all connect to the BeyondATC multiplayer server and everybody's vectored around each other, that would be really intelligent. It's probably actually the easier way of doing it, but more costly and requires a lot more development time, I think. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they pull off that AI traffic kind of simulation. Jacob, welcome to you as well. Good to see you again. Offshore never sleeps, says there. Yeah, everything's good my end, thank you for asking. Hope everything's good for you. Keeping an eye on those centre tanks, because at some point they're going to be empty. They were full of about, it was 4.6 tonnes of fuel when we departed, I think. But eventually we'll need to turn them off. And there's the Spanish coast. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to give you guys maybe a preview of the BeyondATC traffic injection and traffic control. Who knows? We'll have to see how it all develops in the future. But I'd be keen to do that, because so far I've been quite impressed with what it does. Beyond some of the bugs, it is in early access though, as we keep saying. So you're going to expect some things here and there. But I think for the price and the experience you get, you can kind of gloss over a lot of the bugs because they're quite minor. I think it's a really good product which was it's been greatly needed for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Certainly for everybody who uses the default ATC, because that frankly is really rubbish. So it's nice that they've created something that actually tackles that and makes it completely redundant, because now you can just get BeyondATC and have a really nice immersive bit of ATC instead. I'll have to take a look at that beta video, David. The Night Rider, welcome, says I also like it very much. Great to mingle with BeyondATC and VATSIM together as well. Yeah, if you guys are doing that like I am today, just make sure that you have a separate keybind, so you don't have a push to talk that will do BeyondATC and VATSIM at the same time. Because if I did that now, I would transmit on 118.27 on the VATSIM network as well as BeyondATC, which we don't want to do. So if you've got two separate keybinds to deal with all of that, if we get called up by an ATC controller, which is why we're monitoring 1228 on COM2, again important we have that set up if we're doing it on VATSIM as well. We've got to be in a position where we can just kind of snap across, transmit on COM2 by pressing the mic selector, depending on what aircraft you're in, and then going from there. But that will probably also require you to turn the auto-tune radio off as well, depending on what happens. Oh, there we go, that's the view I like. I'm not sure how people have been purchasing it, Badger, to be honest. If I'm honest, as I mentioned at the start, I think or in my review video, I got sent a press version, so it was something that I haven't had to go through the purchase process of it, but I've got a review version to use instead. What do we all make of the sim update 15 delay for the delay? It's dragging on a little bit now, isn't it? And I'm starting to find it a little bit frustrating. Certainly when you're loading the sim up and it goes into docked mode, it keeps making me go back to DirectX 11. I don't want to change the user opt config file in the sim because I worry about breaking the sim or doing something wrong and really breaking it. That I'm getting a bit peed off with. But I feel like I'm getting to the point where I kind of wish that they created two separate simulators. One for Xbox, one for PC. I get that means that we have to they would have to create maintain two separate simulators, but if they're both the same sim and you just fork the two, you push one to Xbox, you push one to PC users. I just wish. I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm getting a bit tired of they're breaking a whole lot of stuff to try and make it work for Xbox, and then it's creating all manner of havoc for everybody else. As patient as I am, and the sim does still work quite nicely without the update, but it is holding back a lot of aircraft releases now, I think, from what I understand. And it seems a bit chaotic as well. The last couple of updates, or the last sim update 15 release date, which then got delayed, that was delayed with a couple of days of notice. So people were like, okay, it is what it is. But this one seemed messy. It was literally done on the day that the sim update was supposed to arrive, finally, having been delayed by a month and a bit. I think 2 delays, I think it might have been, in total. But the day that it was meant to arrive, it was then... everybody was scratching around going, hold on, we've not had the update, what's going on? And it took a little while for them to say, yeah, you know what, it's delayed, sorry, it's not quite ready. They could have said that a few days prior, knowing full well that it wasn't going to be ready, but they let everybody get to the day of the update that was meant to be kind of out. It's all a bit of a mess. It just seems quite chaotic. This last kind of delay to the update, anyway, at least. But yeah, the Xbox offers such a different experience. I'm kind of now starting to go along the lines of it being, it's a different sim. You can't do all of the stuff that you want to do on the PC on an Xbox because they don't run the same. But yeah, I think they're all about Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 now, which is very exciting. I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be quite cool. I just hope it, touch wood, that goes smoothly. But we've got no date for that either, have we? Are we looking at August again? Part of me wonders if they're going to try and release that at the same time as MSFS 2024. Who knows? What a time, welcome. No, this is not AI me. You've just missed AI me though. We had AI me on BeyondATC a little while ago. Q3, David says. I thought it'd be quite cool if they released it around the same time that MSFS 2020 came out, but yeah, hey ho. So we've got another 6 months at least, that's good. Actually, not 6 months, about 4 or 5 months. That will go really fast, to be fair. We'll breeze through summer with the PMDG 777 and all the rest of it coming out. It's going to blast through. Boarding time, have you been enjoying me as your co-pilot on BeyondATC? As one of the guest voices. I could put on my CV, I'm a voice artist now. Andy says, watch the developer stream and see how they avoid answers to questions that they don't understand. They will release Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 on the same date as Sim Update 15. Ooh, now that's an interesting thought. I don't think they would. Probably not yet. Asking there, is everything we now have going to work in MSFS 2024? Probably not. I think ultimately we're looking at having most things allegedly be able to be ported across without causing too many problems. But this is Microsoft Flight Simulator. How many problems have we experienced so far? We've had a few, haven't we? So I would imagine some things might stop working or might not work as intended until it's fixed. Who knows? And nobody knows until we actually see the sim and we get it released. I think developers have got access to some of it already, haven't they? Is that right? I feel like I've read somewhere that developers have got access, or will have early access to MSFS 2024, so that they can start to make sure their stuff ports across. James, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. Kevin, welcome. How are you? Enjoying the weather? Hopefully. 22 degrees where I'm at the moment. It's really nice. I say really nice. It feels like it's 60 degrees in my flight sim room at the minute, with the RTX 4090 billowing out loads of heat. Kind of almost need like a little aircon unit just for this room. September-ish, Badger says there. I hope not. I'm going on holiday at the end of September into October. I'm hoping it will release after that. Although part of me thinks that might not be a bad thing. I could be sat on the beach, watching all of the chaos, everything break, all of the drama, and then when I come home 2 weeks later, everything will be fixed. Kevin, good to hear. We are currently passing Lugo, Santiago off the wingtip in the distance, near to Portuguese airspace. So shortly we will be handed off by our friendly BeyondATC controllers. We're on VATSIM as well, of course, but we're on Unicom, which is dead. So we're monitoring it on BeyondATC, and we're using this instead, just putting it to the test as like a bit of a full flight. We didn't use it for takeoff because we had controllers. But in a short while we should be handed off to Lisbon control. And we've got auto respond and auto tune on now, so it should all just play off automatically in the background. And we started off with 47,000 characters, was it? 47,500 characters. So we've used 3 already. Kevin says, how did you get BeyondATC? Go to beyondatc.net. And you can download the product from there. And then once you've downloaded it and installed it, when you run it, it'll ask you which package you wish to purchase. If you just start with a basic package, it's $29.99 US. And that's in early access. There are a couple of bugs, but actually I think for the price, phenomenally good value. Really, really good value. Oh, Rab, I'm guessing you guys didn't take the route from the live stream's description in Discord, no? That's your route there. That's the route that Simbrief wanted to give me, which, to be fair, I originally put into Discord. 3 of you there taking that route. But that's fine. Tony, welcome. Good to see you. Jep's enjoying BeyondATC as well. That's good to hear. Lots of people really enjoying it, I think. Yeah, you'll still get there, probably at the same time as well. Yes, good. We got the circling approach, don't forget, as well, if the weather stays as it is. So if I just go to, it's on charts, isn't it? Navigraph. 13 knot headwind, runway 05, and a 7 knot crosswind. The RNAV Zulu 05 via Pillim. That famous approach. Good old flight sim favourite. We've got that ahead of us. Looking forward to that, it's going to be really cool. Wind limitations for landing relative to touchdown anemometer, 2 minutes mean value only. Max permissible wind. What is the wind at Funchal? 020 degrees at 15, gusting 26. Wow. So 020 at 15, gusting 26. the maximum wind limitation for landing on 05 is 20 knots, gusting 30 knots, so it's almost on the limits of that. And the winds are variable between 330 and 050, so yeah, it's right on the border of for that. There we go, that's the value. It's right on the border of the wind limitations in Madeira. So we've picked a right old day for it. How many crashes are we going to have today? Let's get BeyondATC back up on the screen. We've got our co-pilot doing the handoff to Lisbon control shortly. So auto respond on, auto tune on, and what should we call her? UK female auto respond voice. I feel like they should all have names. Tony, BeyondATC, no, you can't get it on. You can't get it on Xbox, unfortunately. Just the limitations of Xbox again. It's a software that runs outside of the sim and then links into it. Let's see what happens here. How far have we got to that waypoint? Oh, PNX in 27. Imminent. Portuguese airspace just up there. In fact, we're about to hit Portuguese airspace. Kind of where this little section of the river is. Draw a little line across up to here. That's Portuguese airspace. So we're about to be handed off. So we'll just see what happens with BeyondATC on the screen. Do you have to fly alone when using BeyondATC? Mamid says, yeah, pretty much. That's why we're using VATSIM today for the stream, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to see everyone else flying along around us. But we're monitoring VATSIM in the background with separate keybinds, but I'm running BeyondATC so you guys can see how it works in a full flight as well, using various features. So we've gone back to their auto respond on and auto tune on, so it's going to do the responses and tune the radios automatically for us, as if we have a pilot doing the radio for us.
Contact Lisbon radar 119.55. Osprey 516 Alpha. Bye bye.
There you go. It's just switched the frequency.
Lisbon radar Osprey 516 Alpha. Flight level 350.
Osprey 516 Alpha, Lisbon radar, radar contact.
Slight Portuguese accent as well, really nice. So impressive. Why would you use Copilot, Patrick says? Well, in real life, you have a pilot monitoring who would be doing the radios and the comms, and you would have the pilot flying, i.e. me, dealing with flying the jet. So you wouldn't merge the two. So you could kind of just do it to take a bit of load off. But also, it's a really good way, if you're not familiar with a lot of air traffic control speak, I think it's a really nice way of getting used to what you need to say, so you can see the communications between the pilots and the controllers, and you can work out what you need to say as well. Well, they're two very separate things, Mamid, so BeyondATC won't combine with VATSIM. Patrick says, hello, you're using BeyondATC, but how reliable is your opinion about BeyondATC when now are working together? What do you mean? Yes, you need to buy top-up packs for the premium voices. So it's about $10 for 250,000 characters, which is about 15 to 20 flights. So it will wipe out quite quickly. That can get quite expensive, but it depends on whether or not you want that in your sim experience or not. Some people do, and there is a big difference in the premium voices. And within the premium voices, you can have me as your co-pilot as well, which is pretty cool. We can put that back on again if you want. If you want to hear me read back automatically via AI. Oh, that would be really smart, my mid. Yeah, if that was an integration that could happen. So, yeah, I don't know how they would work that. It would need coordination with VATSIM, really. But yeah, imagine that, where you could tune in to... But the problem is that would require everybody to purchase BeyondATC, wouldn't it? Because otherwise you'd have some people going off to Unicom on 1228 and then some people correcting on into the BeyondATC program. So like today we're having to still monitor Unicom because that's where everybody around us on VATSIM is on at the moment. Patrick says, sorry for my English, they use your voice now, so is your opinion a little bit biased? Well, they're using my voice as a voice artist. That gives me a little bit of exposure. Because my channel is linked in the program now, which is quite cool. But that has absolutely no impact on my own thoughts. So if I go to select me, there. So it's now got a link to the YouTube channel. If you click that button there, it would then open up my YouTube channel. Which is quite cool. It's just something that I was quite conscious to try, if that makes sense. Ancient Dino there saying, "This is the sample on the website a direct recording of me, or is that AI made?" Yeah, it sounds like a direct recording, but that is made by AI. So it's actually listened to how I talk on the channel, and it's actually built that into the AI program. It's incredible. But yeah, I'll only ever share my honest, realistic thoughts. I get a lot of stuff sent to me for free for for the purpose of a review. BeyondATC is one of those things, but I will air its problems. I will share my concerns, whatever else. It's only ever honest, legit thoughts from myself. I don't bias anything, because you guys ultimately are going to be spending money on it, and it's only fair that I'm genuine and honest in my thoughts to help you decide if you want to spend the cash on it or not. Maybe, yeah, sure. I'll put auto respond voice back to me, the AI version of me as the co-pilot, so we can listen to that a little bit more. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Rab's saying there, some developers don't like me because they'll send me something for free, and I'll call out the problems as well as the good points. I'll be honest, and yeah, they don't like that sometimes. So a very small number of developers. Most developers want the problems shown as well. Ultimately, that's a realistic experience, isn't it? It's going to be how we all interact with that product, for the good and the bad. Centre tanks have been empty, probably for a little while. Let's turn those off. Might do a little bit of rebalancing on the fuel there, just to get that back again, because I left it a bit. So, Mamid, yeah, so that is part of BeyondATC, but it's a premium voice, so it will use premium characters out of my initial bank of 50,000 that I got in the base package. So eventually I'll have to pay to top that up. Right, what do we want? So the left tank's lower than the right, so we want to turn the left tanks off, but we need to do crossfeed on first. Valve goes open, lights on, lights off. Got to always keep an eye on these engine instruments. So I'll just zoom out so we can see both at the same time. I'll turn aft one off, forward one off. Master caution for fuel, because we've just isolated a whole set of tanks. So we're now cross-feeding engine 1 and 2 out of tank 2 forward and aft. David, absolutely, yeah, no product is perfect, and an honest critique can only benefit everybody. 100% right there, that's bang on. Kevin says, if I look in Volanta, there's somebody right above me, apparently. I'll have a look in a second once we've rebalanced the tanks here. So it gets to about 3.84. I'm going to get ready to turn the other tanks back on, but we've got to make sure we turn the right ones on and not the wrong ones off, because otherwise otherwise we'll end up with a shutdown in flight, and it'll all get very hectic very quickly. Ian, yeah, thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Yeah, everything's constructive. I've said that in a few reviews as well, isn't it? So sometimes my the things I really like, it's my sim experience, it might not be the things that you like. So you might see things that you're a fan of that I'm not, and vice versa, because we all have a different simulator experience. We all want something different from flight sim. So 3.84, when that now goes to 3.83, I'll turn these tanks back on one at a time. Forward one first. There we go. So forward one, low pressure warning light should go off. Aft one on, low pressure warning light goes off. So we've now got all the tanks back on again. Engines are all good. Crossfeed off. Valve goes light on, and now off. The valve's closed. Engines are nice and stable. Look at that, perfectly rebalanced the fuel there. Juicy. Callum, yes, we're using VATSIM and BeyondATC together. So all the traffic around us is VATSIM. We departed with Luton Ground and London Control on VATSIM. We're now monitoring Unicom 1228 using COM2 in the 737. So we've turned that on there so we can listen to it. But we're using BeyondATC on COM1 separately, just so we can hear how that works, basically. But yeah, they don't work together, they don't interact with one another. JDJ saying, how do you select the speed whilst in VNAV? Press the speed intervention button, and it'll allow you then to change your speed. If you want to then cancel that, you can just press the speed intervention again and it will just revert back to VNAV. That's the easiest way, mate. If you buy the basic program for BeyondATC, it's $29.99 and it's a one-off price. That's it. Really, really cool. If you want the premium voices, and ultimately they do offer a really nice voice package, let's face it, but it would be $9.99 for about every 15 to 20 flights, depending on how much you use it. So if you've got the premium voices for co-pilot and the controller, you'll probably go through the premium characters really quickly, and you'll find that it'll ask for 15 flights instead of 20, for example. So that's basically $10 every 1.5 to 2 months based on how much I fly. If I was to pay for the premium top up every time I run out of characters. What am I most excited for in Microsoft Flight Simulator? Memmead's asking there. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 specifically. Much of the same what we enjoy now, I'm hoping. But I'm really excited to see kind of the multi-threaded support. Hopefully a lot more performance with better visuals. That's what I'm hoping for. Should be quite cool. And it's being created with that new Unreal Engines 5 or 6, is it? I can't remember which. So yeah, I'm looking forward to all of that. The kind of behind the scenes performance and visual improvements. Better optimization. Because MSFS, as it is at the moment in the 2020 version, I think is just remarkably great. It's so good at what it does. In the hands of the right developers, making fantastic aircraft add-ons and scenery packages for airports, nothing comes close. So I'm hoping for more of the same, but with more optimization, better performance, better visuals. We'll just have to see what we get. So not really asking for too much. It'll be good to see what happens. It's come a lot. It's come leaps and bounds in 4 years, hasn't it, MSFS? I think it is coming. Is it being created with Unreal? I thought I read somewhere it was. Because they've said that they're using a new engine, haven't they? I don't know. Someone in the live chat might know specifically how they're creating it. Mike, yeah, the default ATC is truly horrendous. Yeah, it doesn't control the AI traffic. BeyondATC at the moment in early access, but it is a feature coming soon, so that you know that is coming at some point, which is quite cool. And as we said at the start, the BeyondATC development team, so you've got the username Captain, who I think is the kind of boss man of BeyondATC. And then you've got various other people who are kind of on the development team. And beta testers all involved. Very, very active live kind of development team behind all of this. A lot of active testers, all passionate about what they're doing, wanting to make it as immersive as possible. A lot of progress. Like I said at the start, 5 updates already in a week, and it's just over a week, isn't it? So it's only going to get better, and it already has improved significantly. It does look juicy indeed, yes. Yeah, better visuals. We're becoming really, really nitpicky, because the visuals in Microsoft Flight Simulator are insanely good. They are really, really good, but if they can just enhance a little bit more, maybe improve the night time. How much could they improve? I don't know. It's probably all under the bonnet, isn't it? Behind the scenes, under the bonnet, a lot of the coding, the flight dynamics, the interaction of the atmosphere. It's probably all of that in the background. That's where it's going to really come into its own. I think we should be handed off shortly to another Lisbon control. Frequency. Clipper would like to see them make Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 default airports better. Same generic tower at the airports is horrific. I suppose that's probably more of an issue with Black Shark AI and how they have set it to render. Patrick saying, Say Intentions and BeyondATC have both a different view on how they want to develop their programs. If you would make a comparison, what do you think are the pros and cons of each other? So I haven't tried Say Intentions. I've had a brief chat with the developers, and they're passionate about what they do, but they haven't, interestingly, they haven't wanted to send me a review copy. I've offered, but the biggest difference between the two is the price. Say Intentions, I think, let me have a little look. Pricing. So $29.99 for BeyondATC as a one-off price. If you want to top it up with the premium voices, you're looking at $10 every 20 flights, for example. Say Intentions AI, by contrast, is $30 a month, approximately $300 a year. So if you were to factor in, let's say $10 every single, and you flew 15 times a month, so you topped up that $9.99 every single month for the premium voices in BeyondATC. BeyondATC is literally half the price. It's $150 a year compared to, say, Intentions AI. So they're different in what they offer, but I haven't tried the Say Intentions AI stuff yet. But yeah, horrendously really expensive, that Say Intentions AI, and that's been one of my biggest criticisms of it. And I wonder if that's maybe why that they don't want to send a review copy across, or have chosen not to. I don't know. I've been vocally quite critical of the price. I was critical of the pricing structure of BeyondATC originally as well, because that was frankly really confusing. No one could make heads nor tails of it. But they've fixed that, they've improved it, and they've given us a rough guide of how long those premium characters might last for, based on a range, and depends on how you set your own program up as well, obviously. But you can see there, it's $150 for 15 to 20 flights a month. So that's some intense usage of premium characters, or $300 a month for Say Intentions AI. And I know which one I'd pick. It's almost like the WinWing FCU versus Mini Cockpit Mini FCU. I've got both. I've enjoyed both. But the WinWing FCU is a 1-to-1 replica and $100 cheaper. So I would choose that hands down. Every time. Oh yes, Ian, that's what I want to see in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. If I was to pick one feature, that would be the feature that I want in MSFS 2024. If they can hide the wingtips as if we're kind of going through the cloud, when we descend through the cloud, yeah, that would be amazing. That's what we want. Ian there saying it would be like Homer Simpson with his duff beer and some donuts. Mikhail, yeah, I've got it working in the background, mate. We just need that handoff first. There it is. So we're on Lisbon radar. We need the handoff to the next frequency at some point in the future. But we've got auto respond on, which is set to my voice, and auto tune radio on. So AI version of me will also change the frequency automatically. I mean, I've been so impressed with what this is offering, and having seen the progress from the version that I used the other day when I did the review video to what it is now, yeah, there has been tangible improvements, and it just feels a bit more swish, a bit more polished. Some of the phraseology has been improved, and that's progress within just 1 week. Imagine what it's going to be like in a few months. It's going to be great. And yeah, absolutely, Mike. The basic voice package, that $30 for BeyondATC, that makes it accessible for everybody. What is that in British pounds? Pounds sterling. £23.95. I think that's an incredible price. The basic package, Night Shepherd, is pretty good. The premium voices are really, really good. It's an extra experience. Yeah, like, so you can set me to be your co-pilot, for example, which is what we've got it set up as at the moment. So, and the premium voices from the controllers are really impressive. JDJ, yeah, so as we did a minute ago, mate, our centre tank's emptied, 0. We've got master caution for fuel, so we checked that. We could see that we had low pressure up here. I've now turned the centre tanks off. It's important. You don't want to leave those pumps on. MPS Game, yeah, I think for how you sim, predominantly flying offline, unless we're then joining a stream and then you join us on VATSIM, I think that's where BeyondATC really comes into its own, and I think you're going to really enjoy it. Living on a Player says Say Intentions seems a lot more fluid and natural, but $30 a month is far too much for him compared to BeyondATC. More the merrier, welcome. If you want to chat about last night's City game with ATC, then Say Intentions is much better. Yeah, who needs to do that though? I mean, for those of you in Australia, just to give you an idea, if I was to compare the two, was it 150 So if you were to use BeyondATC, 15 flights a month with premium voices, and you used all of your premium characters in that month, so every single month you topped up $10 US every month, that's $150 US a year. So this is an extreme case. That would be 226 Australian dollars per year for BeyondATC. Say Intentions AI, however, is 445 Australian dollars. It's double. So I know which one I'd pick. I don't think the difference is going to be that huge. They use different methodologies. I think Say Intentions uses more kind of along the lines of the complex speech stuff, doesn't it? Like the Chat GPT. BeyondATC doesn't do that. But this, I feel, is the better package. And it's half the price. That's my opinion. One of you, a couple of you watching might prefer Say Intentions, but I've not tried that. If you just use the base package, which is what we've got installed, so eventually my premium characters will run out, you get about 9 flights worth approximately included for free from what we're guessing in the base pack. That's $29.99 US dollars. That's £23.95 pence in pounds sterling, and in Australian dollars that's 45 Australian dollars. Didgeridoos. That's pretty cool. Much more accessible. It's in early access. David's saying there, Say Intentions supports VFR flight for general aviation stuff, whereas BeyondATC currently doesn't offer that in its early access, but that will be a feature coming soon. So yeah, I just think Say Intentions is just insanely expensive. But hopefully you've all been quite impressed with what we've seen on BeyondATC so far. Thousands of people really enjoying it. I don't know if there's any stats of how many people are using it or not. Let's see. Doo-doo-doo. Oops. I've definitely got to change that keybind from control. Patch notes. How many? Announcements. Yeah, I'm curious to know how many connections they've had. I don't know. Probably a lot. Night Shepherd saying he wasn't too excited about BeyondATC at all, but now he's seen us today using it alongside VATSIM as a backup for Unicom to fill the gap. It's pretty sweet. Alex says he used BeyondATC last night with the Cessna flight uncontrolled to uncontrolled airfields, and it was brilliant. I'm guessing you filed that under an IFR flight plan though. Chris, we've just done some of the basic voices with the co-pilot stuff with Lisbon. But we'll take another handoff. Should be imminent, actually. I believe. He says. We'll just tweak some of the settings around. We've got me set up as the AI voice. I can change the controller voice from premium to basic if you guys want to hear that. Kind of, we switched the roles a little bit, so we put the controller to basic and the auto respond voice to the premium AI version of me. We can just fiddle around with all of that. That's no worries at all, Chris. So I'll just hide that a second. So Valanta suggests that we should be getting shaken off to this next sector. Might not be the case though, because I think actually this might be one massive... I think this is one huge frequency here, this oceanic bit of Portuguese airspace. So it might not be until we get closer to Madeira here that we get a shake off. Shake off, a handshake off to the new controller. Well, let's switch to basic controller voice, and auto respond is set to me as the co-pilot. Okay, I'll just verify the next fix then, Mikhail. It's not something you'd ask for though. Let's see what it says. Lisbon radar, Osprey 516 Alpha, request heading next fixed.
Osprey 516 Alpha, request not understood.
That's the basic controller. Osprey 516 Alpha, verify next fix.
Osprey 516 Alpha, issue you going directamente, 10 to Lidro.
Roger, direct to Telmu, then to Lidro, Osprey 516 Alpha.
That's not me. Probably because it was a little bit ad hoc there. There's the basic voices. I feel like we're going to undertake Ian. There he is. And if I switch to premium voice again, I'll ask for the same thing so you can hear the same thing but in a premium voice, so there's a direct comparison. Yeah? Lisbon radar Osprey 516 Alpha, verify next fix.
Osprey 516 Alpha, I show you going direct Telmu then to Lidro.
See, there's a bit of a difference
Roger,
there.
direct to Telmu, then to Lidro, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Well, that's AI me. It's so cool. I'm hearing myself in BeyondATC. That would never get old. Yeah, they still got the basic ones. Have still got the global accents. Yeah, really cool. You don't need the premium stuff. The BeyondATC basic voice package for about $30 is insanely good. It's really, really good. There might be the occasion where you want a little bit more of a boost and a bit more of a snazzy little thing. Yeah, I suppose the difference there is you could hear the basic voice response to the controller as the co-pilot, then the response from me as AI me in the system. It's really cool. No light speed. You don't need a voice package to get started. You get 50,000 premium characters in the base pack when you purchase the base pack for $30 anyway. You can see their premium characters down the bottom here, usage data. So I've started with 50,000 included for free in the $30. I've done 1 flight and a half now, and we're down to 44,000. So I've used 6,000 characters across 2 flights, and that's with the premium controller voice model pretty much on the whole time. And on this flight, I've been using my voice a little bit too. Now they've got my logo clipper, which is there. I like it a lot. I think it's so cool. I mean, as much as it's cool hearing myself in BeyondATC, what I think makes that a little bit more cooler than a little bit cooler than I thought it would have been was probably the fact that it makes it feel realistic. You know, you guys are watching and you've heard my voice now for 3 years, 3 tones, 3-4 years, and it's just a way for BeyondATC to actually sound a bit more realistic, and I think it's really quite cool. And it goes from being like an AI package where we just think, okay, we're flying along and we're in the sim and we're getting a bit of BeyondATC. Every now and again we're actually getting these realistic voices that you can recognise because of the way that the package is created. I think it's so cool. Callum, epic, nice one mate. What's your call sign? Ancient Dino says, can we have the door outlines on the Holidays liveries, please? I think you're thinking of the ones on the Jet 2 Holidays livery, right? But we've intentionally stepped a bit away from that. We don't want to be too similar. Night Shepherd, have a good one, mate. Saying thanks for the demo. I think you might have just got yourself another BeyondATC user. Good stuff. We'll go say hello to the dev team for us. Osprey 45 Fox, Callum, nice. Alex says there you can purchase the supporters pack, which is the next tier up at $60. You get the same level of premium characters, but you have early access and access to the channels on their Discord. Contrast outlines around the doors. We've got them there. Is that what you mean? Or do you mean like an actual darker rim? Might have to show me a picture on Discord so I can precisely understand what you mean, and then I'll ask Tapsy to take a look at it if he gets a chance. Top of descent coming up in 200 miles, about 280 miles. Oh yeah, look, we're just in this one big frequency area. That's what we're in at the moment. So next will be Madeira approach, or radar, whatever it might be. Chris says I was going to wait to see how it baked in 6 months time for BeyondATC, but now I might just jump in for the basic package only. Go for it. Let us know how you get on with it. And what's nice is you can try some of the basic voices, so you can give it a little go with the 50,000 characters, work out whether or not it's something you want to top up. probably find that people will top it up a couple of times, once or twice, to get the 250,000 extra premium characters, and then give it a go. Mikkel's going to dive in as well. Nice. Oh yes, I think we've got ATC online now. Yeah, we do. Lit up like a Christmas tree, look at that. Which might mean we pause beyond ATC. Shall I leave it in the background? Just see how it runs and compares the two. Might get a bit confusing. I'm not sure how that would work. One 12555. Turn off auto tune if you do leave it on. We'll turn auto tune off. Change mic 2. Yeah, he's covering Madeira. So we've got full ATC now. He's probably going to have us slow down to keep separation from me in there. And we're probably all going to end up, just a heads up for people behind, we're probably all going to end up stacked at Pilim in the hold there, just on the inset. Don't think that there's no actual design thing for it, but inbound 226, right turn 046. We'll probably all end up stacking there for the arrival. Oh, there it is. We're making some good progress. I don't want to turn BeyondATC off. So that's where it's at the moment. I've turned auto-tune radio off because we now got ATC online, and I've then put mic 2 to the active to com 2 125555. Oh, it's 550. That's why. 12550, all the 5s. There we go.
Amarok 997, you're identified, passing 3,900 feet, climb flight level 350.
So we'll probably end up turning BeyondATC off now. It's probably fair to do that because we're going to have full ATC all the way in. But while it's not too hectic, we'll leave it on and we'll be able to hear the difference between the two. So real people giving us ATC on VATSIM, and then just in the background, BeyondATC. So we're using com 2 for VATSIM at the moment. And we're going to do everything that VATSIM tells us to do, not what BeyondATC tells us to do. So this is at the point where you should turn BeyondATC off if you are using it to kind of dual roll and fill the gap with Unicom.
Speedbird 746 Romeo.
So we're expecting this, the Lidro 1 Papa arrival from Lidro 217 degrees, Mike Alpha 536 just north of Porto Santo, into Madeira 534, and then the clearance limit of Pilim. Then we're expecting the RMP Zulu, which has us out 203 degrees, and then we fly, turn it all off basically, and fly the last little bit. Although technically that bit there can be done on LNAV all the way around.
Portugal 705, roger.
Super Control, Ryanair 59 Quebec Charlie, flight level 370.
Ryanair 59 Quebec Charlie, good afternoon, set squawk 2002.
2002, Ryanair 59 Quebec Charlie.
Hopefully it doesn't change our frequency, our squawk code.
Scandinavian 609, good afternoon, this full control set squawk 2246.
Probably will. 5020. Oh, you're like being right on top of us now, look.
Lufthansa 5593. Contact port to approach on 120.10.
There's another set of contrails down there. Just wait for a natural gap in the control frequency here so we can get in.
Get off at 39er Charlie, contact port approach 120.10.
There we go. Flight of Ospreys.
Osprey Control, very good afternoon. Osprey 2472, flight level 370, inbound Telmu.
Osprey 2472, good afternoon, set squawk 0470.
Yeah, we'll
0470 for Osprey 2472.
Lisboa Control, good afternoon. Osprey 516 Alpha, inbound Telmu, flight level 350.
Osprey 516 Alpha, good afternoon, set squawk 2202.
Squawk 2202, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Osprey 2472, cleared leader 1.
Let's see what happens with BeyondATC now.
05.
With the RMP for runway 05, Osprey 2472.
It's probably going to freak out.
Viking 772, good afternoon, the squawk control set squawk 3524.
A vote clipper with all of our channel members about 3 years ago.
3245.
Okay.
Squawk control hello, Euro Atlantic 701 Papa, flight level 150.
Euro Atlantic 701 Papa, good
It's not kicking off yet.
afternoon.
Which is actually nice. We'll just leave it on, see what happens.
Runway 01 left.
Confirm, expect the ILS 01 left. Question Euro Atlantic 701 Papa.
A firm. You can maintain present heading. When ready, descend flight level 70.
When ready, flight level 70.
Do you reckon next week you guys would like to see just an purely BeyondATC stream? So no VATSIM, just purely ATC via BeyondATC.
Sky 285, boa tarde. Runway 36 in use. QNH 1022, clear to Madeira, Pilim 1 November departure, squawk 4772.
Midland. Oh, these are the call signs. Can't remember what the other options were actually, but I know one of the voting options was Midland for the call sign, because I grew up in the Midlands.
3516 Alpha, cleared leader 1 Papa, expect RNP approach runway 05.
Cleared leader 1 Papa, expect RNP approach 05, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Lisboa Control, good afternoon.
Arrival.
Flight 598, flight level 350, max speed decimal 8 inbound. BRAM 90 miles.
Osprey 5908, good, hello, identified, cleared leader 1 Papa, expect RNP runway 05.
He didn't say RMP Zulu, did he? So he just said RMP Visual 05, RMP 05. So is he referring to this one, which is the slightly trickier one? I think he might be. Because we've got the RMP Zulu, but he didn't say that. And he didn't give us the RMP Yankee. And we've got the RMP Alpha.
Okay, contact port approach 120.910.
120.910, apologies.
Whoa.
Scandinavian 609, set squawk 2246.
Squawk 2246, Scandinavian 609.
Well, we'll go for that. On nav.
Romeo Alpha 2615, below, identified, climbed flight level 330.
Alpha 05.
Cleared Lidro 1
Via
Papa,
Kilo.
expect RNP approach runway 05.
Lidro 1 Papa. So that's set. There's Billy. So I'm going to set some fixed rings. Runway 05. We want
Scandinavian 609 identified.
1 mile. How many miles is that? Not sure.
Air France 38 Quebec uniform, good afternoon, squawk control.
Go for 3 miles.
Direct to Amstel, identified. Easy 25 uniform echo, contact Casablanca on 131.925, bye bye.
I'm going to go for 1, and we also want to set the runway like an extended centre line.
Sky 285, startup is approved, QNH 1022,
So
taxi to
229 at 1.
36.
So we should have an extended centre line with a little 1 mile fix, hopefully. Chris says he loves watching these streams, but really likes it when I'm doing controlling.
Lufthansa 5593, good afternoon. Again, you're identified. Climb flight level 230. Say your flight, final flight level requested.
Yes, the final flight level is 230 for Lufthansa 5593.
Lufthansa 5593, roger.
Right, before it gets really busy, I'm just going to go and fill up my water.
Max 67 Victor Lima, hello, identified. Climb, correction, you're identified.
We're making some really good progress though, we're not too far away now, 260 miles. So what's that, about an hour and a half? We're now about an hour to go. The controller at Luton was incredible, Rab, yeah. Really good. Keep an eye on the comms, folks. Listen out. Let us know if BeyondATC is kicking in or not by the time we get back. I shouldn't be too long.
Level 370. Euro Atlantic 701 Papa, descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1016.
4,000 feet on 1016, renail, also accept the mission groups, field inside, to Atlantic 701 Papa.
Roger, Zero Atlantic 701 Papa, you're clear for the visual approach, runway 01 left, and the wind's 290 at 8 knots, runway 01 left, clear to land.
Clear to visual approach, 01 left, clear to land, 01 left, to Atlantic 701 Papa.
Contact point 736, Sky 285.
Sky 285, backtrack, line up and wait, runway 36 approved, and winds 02015, runway 36 clear for takeoff.
Backtrack, runway 36, clear to takeoff. Thank you.
Back. Right, Rab showing 40 minutes until destination. Good. What are we showing? Prog. That's probably an easy way to find out, isn't it? Just look at the Z. 12:14, so yeah, 50 minutes approximately. Have we got an ATIS at LPMA? Yes. Runway 05, I'm just going to scribble this down, so runway 05. Transition level 60. On the ground. 12555. Winds 02014. Maximum 28 knots. That's 2 knots shy of the limitations. Wow. Variable between 340 and 060 degrees. Visibility to 10 kilometers. Clouds few. 1,600 feet. Temperature 22 degrees. Dew point 13. QNH 1021.
Cleared Shamax 9er Alpha.
Info Alpha.
Correction, cleared Shamax 1 Charlie. Expect ILS approach
So,
runway
sent
02.
forecast. Transition level is already set, which is good. QNH 1021. And we'll load the rest from our flight plan. While that's just loading,
Eurowings 2 Victor Kilo, good afternoon.
I'm gonna
Visual
preset
control,
that.
identified, proceed direct takeoff.
That's done. And then we can think about performance. So, landing en route.
Lisbon Centre, good evening, good afternoon.
We're looking at landing weight of estimated
inbound Charlie Alpha Sierra.
TUI Jet 7 Pop Hotel, good afternoon.
63,900 approximately. Landing flap 30 or 40. We'll go for 30 first, just to see what it gives us, because the gusts and the wind might make that a bit more stable for flight. Packs on, anti-ice off. VREF. I don't want to add 10, but because the winds are so variable, I'm going to add 10.
Cleared Raccoon 1 Papa.
Auto brake 2, but we'll go then to manual brakes, and all credits for the reversals. Heavy delays.
Raccoon 1 Papa for the RNP runway 05, and we're expecting long delays to Condor 5 Tango X-ray.
So we're going to auto brake 2. Landing flap 30. 63.9. Which actually, if we change that, it's got to be plus 10. It'll be 157 knots, quite quick. We'll play it by ear. If it's calm enough, we'll go to 5. If it's quite choppy, we'll keep it at 10 because we need the extra speed, certainly in the turn, being so low to that coastline. And then we need charts. So RMP Alpha. Just unpin that. I want the visual approach one. No, I need the Alpha anyway for the minimums. So kill him. Mike Alpha 563.
Sky 285 identified.
Runway must remain in sight at all times. Execute all turns over the CG to high terrain north and northwest of the airport. Missed approach, turn left at Monarch. Climb to 3000 at Monarch. Join the hold as required. It's that one there. MDA 940. So on the Barrow, which is what it's set to, and we'll start twizzling. So QNH, minimums, and VREFs are set. What else have we got? It's an RNAV approach. We've got no frequencies or anything to tune. No VORs. Yeah, literally nothing. We have got a VOR at Funchal 112.2, but we won't use that. And Porto Santo 1149. We'll tune then just in case.
Lose the control, run F59, expect Charlie, we're back with you after the
But we'll leave it off.
Are we okay to continue where we left off?
Run F59, expect Charlie. Yes,
hopefully no delays, but we might have a bit of a hold. We'll find out when we get closer. But we're all pretty much set up now, nice and early. Airport elevation is the only thing left. And that's 191 feet. closest we can get that to is 200, so we'll set 200.
Tomjet 8 Foxtrot Juliet Lisboa.
Tomjet 8 Foxtrot.
Tomjet 8 Foxtrot Juliet, hello.
Telmu 5.2 tons of fuel, so it looks like we're just above our fuel profile, which is good.
Sky 285, clear the RNP approach, runway 05, QNH at Madeira 1021.
QNH 1021 at Madeira, cleared to RNP approach, runway 05, Madeira, Sky 285.
Osprey 27 Alpha requesting descent.
Osprey 27 Alpha, descend flight level 100 and maintain 90.
Descent flight level 100.
Oh, we've got sun and the moon.
Say again, Osprey 27.
Osprey 27 Alpha, maintain high speed.
Flight level 100, maintain high speed, Osprey 27 Alpha.
Well, there's Ian. We've overtaken. We'll have to probably maintain high speed now. Oh, look at that.
Atlantic 70 on Papa, roger, taxi to the apron, see you next time.
Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button today, all our new subscribers as well, great to see you joining us for today's live stream. Beautiful weather outside. I think we're all set. I'm going to set runway heading, which is 049, isn't it? So I'm going to set that in nav 1. Ian, no, we're doing the Alpha, mate. The RMP Alpha 05, which is the one that we always get in the good weather, basically. So into Pilim, we basically join the downwind at Mike Alpha 566. All of the autopilot goes off, and we fly the visual approach. So 940 feet at the base turn, which is a nice. I think it's about 20 degrees angular bank or 15 degrees angular bank all the way around towards the coast. We've got the Asobo Madeira, so we don't have the lead-in light system. Then we kind of roll out over the coast here. Wings level at 1 mile to touchdown, and then touchdown. So, tricky. We were planning for that, but we haven't been given the RMP Zulu, we've just been given the RMP 05, which usually in Madeira is this one. So a little bit trickier, means there's more manual flight involved, but that makes it a lot more enjoyable. And there's the final turn, wings level at 1.1 nautical miles approximately. Might be a little bit shorter than that, who knows, we'll see what happens. Bit easier in the Airbus, because you can just set your roll and pitch, and then it would just kind of maintain that with the fly-by-wire system. In the Boeing, we don't have that. It's all on us to maintain pressure, trim, power, all the rest of it. And there's loads of us flying into Madeira. Delta Tango, good morning. Look at that. It's streaming into Madeira. Osprey 27 Alpha's out of Stansted. Condor 7 Alpha Juliet's right behind him. TAP 919. Iberia 401. JRR 261 from Birmingham. Condor 5 Tango X-Ray, myself, Ian. We've got TAP 5 Kilo Mike behind, Ascot 2205, Osprey 5908, Condor 5 Tango X-Ray, TAP 705, Osprey 45 Juliet, and RA 2615. Busy. But it's a flight sim favourite for a reason, Madeira, isn't it? And a little bit cheeky, but I've still got BeyondATC fired up. Just to give you guys a little bit more of a thing with descent shortly. Hopefully. But don't forget we've got a real controller online now, so that takes priority. At some point I will turn BeyondATC off. Don't want it kind of convoluting the two.
Pushback control via Airmadoc 997, flight level 350 inbound to Amstel. Requesting out of the cockpit for approximately 15 minutes.
Maroc 997, roger, be back before
Jay, welcome.
Roger, we'll be back before Amstel. Thank you, Royal Airmadoc 997.
Lufthansa 55 minutes, just out of contact for 5 minutes.
A little bit of high level cloud running in now.
Lufthansa 5593, roger, report back.
That's the one, Zata, yeah.
Viking 900 Juliet, request out of cockpit for 2 minutes.
Zooming along in his A340.
Air Portugal 1361, descent flight level 250.
Portugal Center, Portugal, Air Portugal 46, passing 10,000 for flight level 240.
Air Portugal 46, good afternoon, boa tarde, Lisboa Control, identified, climb flight level 370, proceed direct takeoff.
Direct takeoff 370 for Portugal 46, obrigado.
Portugal Control, Jerry 61, we are ready to descend in 1 minute.
Dusty, that's epic. Getting blown uphill by the winds.
Flight level 100 and maintain high speed.
Descend 100 and maintain high speed.
Jacob is loving BeyondATC. Once the AI traffic gets implemented, it's a game over for him. He doesn't do VATSIM. Perfect then for you, isn't it? It's absolutely fantastic for you. I think instead of game over, I think you mean game on for you. Because it's going to be even better then when it implements AI traffic.
Zero control base 285, QNH1021, the wind 02016, maximum 28, runway 05, clear to land.
Copy the wind, clear to land, runway 05, sky 28.
Little crosswind, 36 knots.
About requesting flight level 370.
2EJet 7 Papa Hotel, climb flight level 370.
Climb level 370, 2EJet 7 Papa.
Air Portugal 1361, contact Lisboa approach on 119.105. 6, boa tarde.
Approach 119.105,
Fuel's very good. We've got loads of fuel on board. Should be pretty good for this little flight. Quite heavy for the approach though, that's the only thing I'm a little bit conscious of. We're going to be flying in fast.
Station calling, say again.
40 miles top descent.
Portugal 1902, hello.
So we've checked all the data, briefed the approach. Fill in is where we might have a hold if we have to join a hold. Descent page is all ready, fixed ring's done.
Portugal 705, stop of descent.
Portugal,
There's that extended centre line.
705.
And the little green rings there, 3 miles and 1 mile.
Descend flight level 360.
You know what I've just realised? What I forgot to do on the takeoff was set takeoff trim. I think it was pretty much close to where it was anyway, which saved us, but definitely forgot to set the takeoff trim. Whoops.
Lufthansa 55
Roger. Speedbird 668 Romeo, contact Casablanca 131.925. Bye-bye.
Portugal 705, top of descent.
Portugal 705, you're not on your top of descent, you're 300 miles from your destination.
Grant, welcome. No worries at all, mate. So you could join us from, you could take off from Tenerife, do a little Tenerife to Funchal hop, and join the chaos.
185 Alpha, run below, runway.
You'll spend more time in the hold though than you would actually flying the route.
Blue Max 67 Victor Lima, contact Casablanca 131.925. Bye bye.
Casablanca 131.925, be about 670.
There it is. Right on the horizon, Madeira. And everything is set now.
Osprey 27 Alpha, descend 3,000 feet, QNH 1021.
3,000 feet, QNH 1021.
We've got to be ready for any holds. Bet 10 miles, I'm going to ask for descent.
Sky 285, taxi to stand Alpha 1.
Which we're getting at pretty quick.
Alpha 1 at Madeira. Obrigado.
I might do it on BeyondATC as well. And then we can compare the two.
Portugal 1902.
So this is BeyondATC.
Climb flight level 140.
Osprey 516 Alpha, request descent.
Osprey 516 Alpha did not copy.
Osprey 516 Alpha, ready for descent.
Portugal 5 Kilo Mike, descend flight level 360.
Osprey 516 Alpha, leader 1
Descent to 5,000.
Portugal 185 Alpha,
leader 15, runway 05, descend to 5,000 feet, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Wow, that's me. Let's do it on VATSIM.
Osprey 516 Alpha, Lisboa.
Pass message, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Osprey 516 Alpha, descend flight level 100, maintain speed 300 knots or greater.
Descend flight level 100, speed 300 knots or greater, Osprey 516 Alpha. Was he trying to say? Was he trying to call me while I was doing all of that? Oops.
Crossing 130.
500, so we're going to have to send, change this
709er, low identified, climb flight level 350.
to 300.
Let me flight level 350.
Descend now. BNAV LNAV. So commanding the speed change there, slightly different.
Osprey
Down we go.
Alpha, cleared RNP approach, runway 05, report airfield in sight.
So what that's done, so the comparison there is obviously the VATSIM ATC has issued us our clearance in advance because we need to put in our top of descent. We've got to put in our arrival routes and the runway and everything else before we begin the descent, because otherwise we're already starting now to make our way in, aren't we? And we're joining the arrival procedures. What BeyondATC has done is we've requested ready for descent, and it's given us the star, and the arrival runway,
Good afternoon,
followed by descents to 5,000 and the local QNH, which is correct actually, by the way. It's all of the right information. So, could you hear? I know we had two ATCs on at the same time, but could you hear the BeyondATC working in the background as well with the auto response with British AVKI and all that?
Alpha identified, climb flight level 140.
Actually, very similar though.
Climb flight level 140,
But I will turn that off in a minute now.
Control Osprey 2.72, requesting a descent please.
Osprey 2472, descent flight level 340. Enter the hold at Pilim and
sounds like we got a straight approach.
Descent 340, enter the hold at Pilim and speed 250 west, Osprey 2.72.
Air Portugal 5 kilo Mike, speed 250 knots or less, and enter the hold at Pilim.
Everyone's getting stacked behind now.
Speed 250 knots or less, and enter hold at Pilim, Air Portugal 5 kilo Mike.
Very impressed with BeyondATC, the bits we've had today.
Osprey 59, request descent.
Osprey 598, descend flight level 200 and speed 250 knots.
There's the
or
profile.
less. Enter the hold at Pilim.
Descent to
It does take on though, yeah. APS Gaming. All the passengers in his plane have got life jackets ready, just in case. He's got previous for going in for a swim. Brutal. Hasn't happened for a while.
Osprey 598, just to confirm, enter the hold at Pilim.
Enter hold at Pilim. Osprey 59.
Ryanair 59 Quebec Charlie, contact Casablanca 131.925, bye-bye. Air Portugal 1906, the wind's 2309 knots, runway 28 clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Portugal 1906.
Ryanair 59 Quebec Charlie, Lisboa.
Visual with the Transavia for Quebec with 2 level 35 channel.
Transavia for Quebec, Lisboa control, good afternoon, identified.
All quantities of goods. As we descend, a little bit left in the centre tanks will start to expand, so we'll start to get a reading there. It's gone from 0 to 0.01. That's fine though. We won't turn the tanks back on.
Osprey 2472, descent flight level 290.
290, Osprey 2472.
Air Portugal 5 kilo Mike, descent flight level 300.
Descent to level 300, Air Portugal 5 kilo Mike.
Sorry, station calling, second call sign. Approved.
Ryanair 59 Quebec Charlie, sorry, say again.
Ryanair 59 Quebec Charlie, contact Casablanca 131.925, bye-bye.
Do we have ground?
925, Ryanair 5, 9 Quebec Charlie.
No, we don't. So it's fine, we're with him until after until after landing, and they'll probably just say taxi to gate choice.
Actually, Osprey 516 Alpha, speed 250 knots or less.
250 or less, Osprey 516 Alpha.
And Osprey 516 Alpha, enter the hold at Pilim.
We'll go Osprey 516 Alpha. Okay, so Pilim. Change that music. Just make sure I configure this correctly.
Portugal 1906.
What have we got? So speed target 230 at 3000.
1906, you're identified.
Inbound 226.
Level 140.
It wants on R for a right turn.
Portugal 1902,
So 46 outbound, 1 minute legs.
105, bye-bye.
Okay, so the hold at Pillim's now active. We just expand that a little bit more. It's in that absolute mess, but you can see the magenta there.
Portugal 555, good afternoon, Lisboa identified, climb flight level 370. Climb flight level
You have to use flight to 10, start to slow the jet down.
Osprey 261, descent 3,000 feet, QNH 1021.
So at this point,
Cherry 261, descent 3,000
I'm going to turn BeyondATC off. I think it's probably reasonable to do that, isn't it? Because it's going to then start doing stuff very different to that of the hold
Osprey 2472, descent flight level
Pillim.
230.
But hopefully you guys have enjoyed that little bit of BeyondATC throughout the start of the flight today.
Ascot 2205,
It's now turned off.
Flight level 310.
We're purely VATSIM
And Ascot 2205, speed 250 knots or less.
with some ruddy immersive ATC.
250 knots or less, and enter hold at Pillim, Ascot 2205.
Broken top speed, 7 Romeo.
Jeff's just upon LaGuardia.
7 Romeo, good afternoon.
BeyondATC's worked flawlessly, really enjoying it. Great to hear that, mate. Yeah, it's a fantastic product, isn't it? Really good.
Air Portugal 185 Alpha, contact Lisboa approach on 119.105, goodbye. Air Portugal 18.
We'll do seatbelts first because we're going to probably a little early, but because we're going to get into the hold, we just want to preempt this cabin secure before we enter the hold. It's all going to happen quite quickly anyway.
Osprey 27 Alpha, confirm airport in sight.
We have airport in sight, easy.
Google, welcome, mate.
Osprey 27 Alpha, sorry.
Osprey 27 Alpha.
Yes, it's in the charts.
Wind 02016,
good question, hope you're well, mate.
maximum 28 knots.
So Lidro 1 Papa, there we are, just entering the star. There's the Pillim, 3000, we've got the little H there, telling us that there's a hold, and it is on the charts somewhere, so if we just zoom out, we can find it there.
997, contact Casablanca on 131.925.
So we can put it there, max 230 knots,
Roger, Casablanca radar 121.9.
inbound 226, right turn 046, so we've configured that. What it actually gives us is that, there it is.
Air Portugal 1906, contact Lisboa approach 119.105, safe flight, bye bye.
So I'll leave that on as a chart. When we clear to leave Pillim, I need to snap it across to this. But that gives us a visual indication of the hold itself. Missed approach again, turn left to Monek, climb into 3000 at Monek, join holding or as directed, because that's a point worth pointing out here. Mike Alpha 565 to Mike Alpha 566, we must report visual by Mike Alpha 566. Which is why he's just asked that pilot a minute ago if he's visual with the airport or not.
300 and enter the hold at Raccoon. Descend level 300, enter the hold at Raccoon, Condor 5 Tango X-ray.
And now he's working to get us all sequenced nicely, so we might be flying the hold for a little while. Actually added an extra 10 minutes of...
Osprey 516 Alpha, descend flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70, Osprey 516 Alpha. So I having to keep the descent
Portugal 5 Kilo Mike, descend flight level 240.
rate the same, and keep speed brake on flight D10 because the aeroplane's quite slippy.
2205, descend flight level 290.
Slight tailwind,
290,
but we're actually needing to deploy these all the way down. To keep the speed back. So we're intentionally disrupting the energy over the wings for this. The only way we can do it. We can reduce the rate of descent, which which we could probably do now. Let's try 1800. Shouldn't make a massive difference.
Bye-bye.
Pillim's going to have us down to 3000, that's fine. And then as the throttles start to roll up, we want to bring that speed brake back down. So now they're retracted completely. We'll just watch the speed. Dusty, no, never. Not a fan of scuba diving. Thought about doing it a couple of times, just never got round to actually doing it.
Osprey 2472, descent
speed
flight
brake.
level 140.
Crack it out again.
140, Osprey 2472.
All about the wine though.
Portugal 5 Kilo
Greek
Mike,
wine
descent
is
flight level
fantastic.
210.
It's definitely an underappreciated wine region.
Portugal 5 Kilo
Some of the finest wines we've had, like the best wines we've had, have been on holidays in Greece, like Sina Mavro grapes and all that kind of stuff. Love all that.
Air Portugal 705, top of descent.
Portugal 705, descent flight level 310 and enter the hold at Lidro.
I'm hoping he knows how to do the hold.
That's engine Hotel 310 and and hold Lidro, Air Portugal 705.
He sounds like he's doing an awesome job. Sounds like English isn't his first language, and he's a young lad trying to work hard on VATSIM, and he sounds like he's doing a really good job.
Listen, Atlantic can have Portugal 46, step away for 5, 10 minutes max.
Portugal 4.
Grant, that doesn't sound good.
A-Farm, report back.
Report back, thank you. Putting up,
Control, bom dia, René 185.
Try 16. More the merrier. Recently tasted a few Georgian wines, which blew him away. Wow. That's a bit of wine that I've never tried. Through 10. We're almost there, folks. It's got, yeah. Just through stress.
Air Portugal 705, descent.
There's the hold at Pillim.
10.
Ready for us. He's doing really good. Oh, Durst, do it. The Greek islands are absolutely stunning, but yeah, Thessaloniki is a great place to start.
You're clear for the RNP approach.
And then that goes straight for Skiathos.
Report airfield in sight.
Report RNP approach 05. Telephone when around in sight. Jerry 261.
Osprey 516 Alpha, descend 3,000 feet, QNH 1021.
Descend 3000, QNH 1021, Osprey 516 Alpha. I'm trying so hard with the speed.
Portugal 5 Kilo Mike, descend flight level 150.
Back to flight 10.
150, Portugal 5 Kilo Mike.
Osprey 45 Foxtrot, descent flight level 320 and enter the hold at Lidro.
So as we get closer, I'll just show you guys this. There's a whole mass of pilots all over the place. Here.
Tom Jet 98 Victor, hello, good evening, identified climb, flight level 410.
There's the hold at Idrel, just there.
Flight level 410.
That a couple of people being stacked at.
Osprey Fahrenheit, request descent, removal point, Pillim.
Osprey 5... Osprey 598, maintain flight level 200.
I am at flight level.
Let's use external view.
Roger, maintain.
There's a plane right
Osprey
above.
2472, descend flight level 70. Flight level 70.
Oh, by the way, I've installed the Seafront Simulations ships, so we might see, I'm hoping we do, we should see some ships around the area, which would be quite nice. Let's go to 800 foot per minute.
755, good afternoon, smoke control identified.
Osprey 27 Alpha, vacated 05.
Santos Dumont. Down there.
Osprey 27 Alpha, taxi
Important
stand Alpha.
diversionary airport for Madeira.
So, taxi stand Alpha.
Had some payware scenery for that, which I never got round to actually checking out. One of those things we never really bother with.
Good afternoon, smoke control identified. Sig and the rest.
Yeah, winds are really challenging. There's the METAR in the chat for you guys from Badger there. Wind 020 at 16, gusting 28, variable 340 to 050, a few clouds 1600, temperature 22.
9 Hotel Juliet,
Right on the limits of what is allowed for the limitations on 05.
131 have a nice day, bye.
Take care, bye-bye.
It's good. Afternoon, Club about 74 Juliet, flight 132 down.
Cargo Lux 74 Juliet, hello, what's your position?
We're just to the south at the moment, direct Tibet.
Cargo Lux 74 Juliet, hello, set squawk 0536.
Put it down to 3000. What's your guess? What do you reckon, folks, for the old? It's up to the drone camera.
24 Charlie, hello. Winds 220 at 8 knots, runway 28 clear for takeoff.
Yeah, what do you reckon for the landing rating, folks?
Juliet, proceed direct to ECNOT.
There's the hold.
And enter the hold at ECNOT. Expect 1 hour in the hold at least.
1 hour.
Where are we? Okay, ECNOT and hold ECNOT cargo like 74 Juliet.
And cargo like 74 Juliet, descent flight level 3.
And he's thinking, I didn't carry enough fuel for that. So people might have to divert to Santos Dumont.
Air Portugal 5 Kilo Mike, descent flight level 90.
And the thing is, that will get worse. So the pressure is on all of us now going in to nail it first time. Because if we go around, we then have to have priority over the rest of the traffic because we'll have burnt a load of fuel on the go around. So I have to continue to actually fly in the hold whilst they deal with go around traffic. So it's important every one of us nails this landing with no go arounds. So the pressure's on us for continuing the flight in. Want to go?
Viking 772, contact Casablanca on 131.925. Bye-bye.
Well, that's silly. The thing is, Madeira just doesn't have this amount of traffic in real life. That's the thing. The sheer volume.
Viking 772, Lisboa. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right, let's get rid of the music.
Condor 5 Tango X-ray, we're just wondering what the estimated delay will be for us.
An hour.
Condor 5 Tango X-ray, stand by.
So people might just have to divert to Santos Dumont, refuel, and then wait for a slot. If that's what happens in real life, isn't it? They get to a certain point and they go, right, we can't do it anymore.
Condor 5 Tango X-ray, you can expect a 45-minute delay.
Oh, we're doing this on COM 2.
Roger, 45-minute delay for Condor 5 Tango X-ray.
Wow.
Jerry 261, confirm airfield in sight.
Confirm airport in sight, Jerry 261.
Jerry 261, wind 03017 knots, runway 05, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 05, Jerry 261.
Osprey 2472, descend 4,000 feet.
3,000, QNH is set, minimums, approach references are set. 230 knots.
Ascot 2205,
entering the hold at Pillim.
Level 100.
Let's see. Do we have any ships?
Ascot 2205, descent flight level 100.
Can't see any.
Descent flight level 100, Ascot 2205.
Osprey 598, descent flight level 180.
Descend flight level 180, Osprey 58. Clear Portugal 46, back.
Roger.
Wait for that right turn any second now. 3,000 minimum holding altitude. So we are at the bottom of the stack, so we will be next in. Into the first turn. Holding at Pillim. So we're going to have an aircraft at 4,000 above us, an aircraft at 5,000 above us, an aircraft at 6,000 above us,
Charlie, you're
an aircraft at 7,000 above us, 8,000, 9,000 and 10,000.
80, proceed direct.
And 10,000 feet,
L-bar.
flight level 100 is the maximum holding altitude. Might drop that to 225, it'll just dynamically bring that range in a little bit more. We've got one aircraft directly ahead of us, 2,300 feet above, so we might see them as the cloud breaks. If I look up, there they are. Oh, it's not, that's a bit of dirt on the window. Oh, there they are. Oh, wow. Hope you're getting some good screenshots, Ian. That's fantastic.
Osprey 516 Alpha, cancel the holds, proceed direct to Pilim and clear for the RNP approach runway 05.
Cancelled hold, direct Pilim and cleared RMP 05 for the approach Osprey 516 Alpha.
Air Portugal 5 Kilo Mike, descent flight level 70.
Descent flight level 70, Air Portugal 5 Kilo Mike.
Osprey 5908.
So exit holds, exit's armed, it's now going to continue the turn round.
Flight level 160, Osprey 598.
Cleared RMP Alpha, so Pilim 230, Mike Alpha 563, 564, maintaining 3000 up to this point. And then Mike Alpha 566 down to 900.
Flight level 80.
Flight level 80, Ascot 205.
940 feet. .565. Recommended 190 knots.
Condor 24 Charlie, reset squawk 2014.
So we're going to be really busy now. Going to get the engine mode selector switches to continuous already. Checking the lights, checking the signs. That's all good. Yeah, lights, signs, pressure panel, pressurization looks good. .210. So maintaining minimum clean now just to help us. Yeah, the PMDG 737 flies this hold absolutely wonderfully, like really, really good. Hoping we get to see some ships. We might not. At the minute, the airport's just a white blob. Oh look, there we go. Seafront simulations, vessels, Madeira Islands. Got first little ferry coming out, or the cruise ship coming out of the harbour. I think they're animated as well, so I think they sail about. So Mike Alpha 564, 5 miles to maintain 3,000. And then we do 3-degree descent down to 566, where we want to be at basically 1,000 feet. It's minimum altitude of 940. So we'll set 1,000, gives us a little bracket. Safety margin. If we drift down a little bit before the final turn, we can. Gallo minimum 850, so we're not going to lose much altitude in that base turn. This.
Sky 1606 request and that's Madeira. Send Alpha 01.
Missed approach is going to be flight runway heading initially.
You know, think Sky 1606, think Sky 1505.
And we should get vectors from the controller.
Negativo, podem enviar o plano de voo.
So setting 1. Oh look, there's another ship over there as well. That's really cool, look at that. Seafront Simulations Madeira stuff. It's on Contrail.
Cherry 261.
Contrail.shop/British Avgeek for the affiliate link. And then you can find that there. That's pretty cool.
For control,
we go flap 5.
09, request 15 minutes out of.
That's 180.
Full control, Sky 1606.
Into the descent, arm the speed brake. We've got auto brake, park brakes off, that's all set, nav data, radios, all set, cross-checked, missed approaches briefed, light signs, pressure panel, engine switches are all done. It's going to be auto brake 2, but we'll take over with manual braking. There's the airfield. That's cool. Osprey 516 Alpha, runway in sight.
Osprey 516 Alpha, wind 03016, 17 knots, runway 05, cleared land.
05, cleared land, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Osprey 2472, descend 3,000 feet.
Descend 3,000 feet, Osprey 2472.
Osprey 598, descend flight level 90.
Descend to 90, Osprey.
One to go.
Sky 1606, information Charlie, QNH
147.
1021. Clear to destination.
157 is our approach speed. That ship's running away from us. It knows what's coming in. Get me out of here. Heading select 221. Flying a base leg now for 3 miles. At which point we kind of hit this little section here.
Ryanair 5452, hello, identified. Climb flight level 390. Clear Dalagu 5 kilo. Expect
My throttles.
approach runway 28.
Climb flight level 390, cleared for the Alago 5 kilo.
57, 1,000 feet level.
Expecting ILS for runway 28. Ryanair 5452.
Gear down. Flap 15.
Sky 1606.
Flap 25. Let's keep it coming.
Go ahead, Sky 1606. You did copy your clearance?
Negative. Say again.
Sky 1606, information Charlie, QNH 1021. Clear to destination via Glasgow 1 Echo departure. Initial climb flight level 60, squawk 0367.
Clear to my destination via Glasgow 1 Echo departure. Initial flight level 10. Approaching minimums. 67. The QNH 121.
Minimums. Power.
Sky 1606, right back correct.
Thank you.
Ryanair 185, contact Casablanca 131.925, bye-bye.
Fighting this weather a little bit here.
121, 9025, Ryanair 185, bye.
Osprey 2472, cancel the holds, proceed direct fill in, cleared RNP approach runway 05, report airfield in sight.
Speed's just holding.
Hold, direct fill in and cleared to the RNF approach for runway 05, and we'll advise when runway's inside, Osprey 2472.
Air Portugal 5 kilo Mike, descend 4,000 feet,
want that mode on.
QNH 1021.
Saw that float out as well, Sloppy Joe.
QNH 1021, Air Portugal 5 kilo Mike.
Condor 5 Tango X-ray, proceed direct to Pilim, descend flight level 200, and enter the hold at Pilim.
Try and inhibit.
Direct Pilim, descend flight level 200, and enter the hold at Pilim. Condor 5 Tango X-ray.
And the local feel good after Madeira to approximate 25141.
Looking good. Slight little floaty, but that's alright. We're still a bit high. We've got time to get this back. Keep the turn coming. Slightly higher rate of descent than I'd like. Don't want to go around because it's going to really screw everyone else behind. Just get the Toby eye tracker reset. Looking good, happy with this. 2 red, 2 whites.
Speedbird 146, hello, winds 220 at 8 knots, runway 28 clear for takeoff.
Looking ahead.
30.
20. 10.
Condor 5 Tango X-ray, descent flight level 1.
Reverse green.
100.
Descent flight level 100, Condor 5 Tango
Portugal 705 descent, flight level 200.
5 brakes, because we've missed that.
Descending, flight level 200, Portugal 705.
.287 foot per minute. A little bit sloppy with the floats. We kind of had the altitude balloon a little bit on that final, but then I was also focusing on the heading knob, which I should have really set once we got the autopilot off. But very, very busy usually, so got a tiny bit overwhelmed with the workload. But that is quite normal for things like Madeira.
Condor 5 Tango X-ray, we've spoken with our ops team and they'd like us to divert to Tenerife South due to minimum fuel for the diversion.
Confirm divert to Porto Santo?
Tenerife?
Tenerife South, yes.
Oh, great.
Oh, Tenerife South. You know we have Porto Santo closer to Madeira.
He's following real world ops, just diverting off elsewhere. 1.18 G for the touchdown.
Roger, Porto Santo is 30 miles in front of you and it's available to receive you if you need. Otherwise, I can vector you to Tenerife.
Kevin, welcome back. Switching to guard scale. Wrap you up, yeah.
Roger.
That's the last thing we need. So that's all off.
Emerald 981 Echo, hello. Potard identified. Climb flight level 330. Proceed direct cell.
Get the flaps retracted. Drop speed brake.
3 Jet 7 Pop Hotel. Contact Casablanca 131.925. Bye bye.
3 Jet 7 Pop Hotel 131.925.
Definitely not trying to steer.
Air Portugal 46. Contact
using the
Casablanca
passenger view.
131.925. Bye bye.
131.925. Uma boa tarde, obrigado.
Ah, pro.
Boa tarde.
Bumpy.
Portugal 5 Kilo Mike, descend 3,000 feet.
Descend 3,000 feet, Air Portugal 5 Kilo Mike.
Ascot 2205, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1021.
Descend 4,000 feet on 1021, Ascot 2205. Ellisburg Control, Osprey 2472, airfield inside.
Osprey 2472, the wind 03017 knots, runway 05, you're clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 05, Osprey 2472.
Osprey 516 Alpha, taxi to stand Alpha 11.
Alpha 1, thanks to the ATC, great job, Osprey 516 Alpha.
Thank you, bye bye.
Runway Alpha 655, stop on descent.
Amazing ATC control of that.
Runway Alpha 2615, enter the hold at Lidro and maintain flight level 330.
Pasado 330, hold, waypoint Lidro, runway Alpha 215.
Minus 183 Papa with departure flight level 200 for 240.
Momentum to keep us up the hill.
Identified, climb flight level 380.
Alpha 11.
Climb 380, minus 183 Papa.
So control Sky 1606.
That one there, isn't it?
Startup and taxi.
Yes.
Sky 1606, startup approved, stand by for taxi.
Startup approved, stand by for taxi. Sky 1606.
There's the marshaller.
Speedbird 146, identified, climb flight level to 190.
More to the left. Possible. What kind of marshalling is this?
Condor 5 Tango X-ray, I've spoken with the company and they would like us to divert to Tenerife South.
Roger, Condor 5 Tango X-ray, climb flight level 220, proceed direct to Ortiz.
Climb flight level 250 direct to Ortiz, Condor 5 Tango X-ray.
Condor 5 Tango X-ray, after Ortiz, you'll have to arrange your own route, you'll be outside of my airspace.
Cool.
Roger, yeah, we'll
cut them.
do our own route for that Condor 5 Tango X-ray.
Portugal 5 kilo, sorry, disregard.
That is not my responsibility.
Osprey 598, descend flight level 70.
Descend 70, Osprey 59.
Air Portugal 705, proceed direct to Pilim and enter the hold at Pilim.
Should we do a little bit of Madeira airport spotting?
Direct Pilum, Air Portugal
Wish the trees weren't in the way.
Air Portugal 705,
yourself
enter
on
the
the
hold
tree.
at Pilim.
And hold.
Nice having the ships around actually, that's pretty cool.
Pilum,
Let's go to New Sky and have a little look at that. We'll close the flight.
Foxtrot, descent flight level 200.
That's fine, yeah, we want that. 34,000 profit, my goodness, wow. 10 out of 10 in challenging conditions.
Air
Love
Portugal
that.
5 kilo Mike, cancel the hold, proceed direct to Pilim.
And a little,
and you're clear for the RNP
little orbit there. Pilim, into the hold and then cancel the hold. And lots of configuration. There's our final turn. I could have brought it just 10 degrees all the way around actually to be a bit smoother. But actually that looks really neat, doesn't it? Look at that. Really happy with that. Next up, Ian.
Ryanair 5450, request final altitude flight level 3.
And Volanta, by the way, just to give you an idea. Everybody's in the holds.
Sorry, that's Ryanair 5452.
AFM Ryanair 5452.
Ryanair
Here he comes. Good luck.
Climb flight level 350 final.
350 final, Ryanair.
So for those of you who want to fly out of Madeira, you can now find Osprey 516 Bravo on the scheduled system, the 737-800 to fly back to the UK, back to Luton, or some of the other services that will take you to like Manchester, Gatwick, Heathrow, all that kind of stuff. So there's now an option as an aircraft at Madeira waiting to be flown home on the scheduled service.
Speedbird 146, contact Casablanca on 127.1. Bye bye.
16, contact Casablanca 127.1.
Yeah, great controlling Dougal, isn't it? It's, makes it very immersive. It'd have been interesting to see how BeyondATC would have handled that. Perhaps we fly, maybe we do Innsbruck with BeyondATC next week.
Portugal.
We use the multiplayer server part of New Sky so we can see each other, but we then all do BeyondATC. Oh, look at this. This is looking really good.
Control, hello, Ryanair Mile 3 for Yankee, flight 1.
Absolutely nailed that. That's spectacularly good. Well done. Cracking effort.
For Yankee, good afternoon, identified. Climb flight level 3.
Yeah, really good job, Ian.
350
Ian in South Africa, welcome. Mr. Season says he's tried Innsbruck with BeyondATC. It didn't end well. What happened there? He's even made it off at the exit, which is really cool. So what they have to do is they have to space the departures from Pilin when an aircraft's pretty much on the final turn, because they might have to factor in using all the way down there, turning full length with a backtrack, which adds another 3 minutes or so, 4 minutes potentially. So each arrival is kind of spaced about 10 minutes apart. Next one coming in. Was it Osprey 598? Well, actually, it's tap 5 kilo Mike, isn't it? He looks like he's done the same as me. That little round. Cancel the whole bit.
Taxi stand Alpha 8.
And by the way, there's Porto Santo that we flew over on the way in, the natural diversion point for Madeira. But that Lufthansa.
Good afternoon, Channel 73299. Welcome back to level 230, squawk 1334 with you.
China
was it Lufthansa that called up earlier?
Supposed to be with port 2 approach, 120.9 or 10.
Diverted. Might be that one there. Could be him all the way back there. He's already just gone, no, bugger that, I'm going to go to Tenerife instead. So actually it might be one of these. Perhaps not. God, so many aircraft flying down this section of the world. It's incredible.
Portugal 1001, hello, readability 5.
Hello, good day. Portugal 1001. Just on the ground at Madeira, looking for clearance to Lisbon. Got information, Charlie.
Portugal 1001, information Charlie, QNH 102.
It tried vectoring you for the RMP approach. It was getting me really low over the Alps. That worked, but it didn't quite give me the right vectors for the initial approach fix, and I ended up getting a new heading every few seconds. Oof. I mean, that's quite a complex approach, isn't it, really? So it probably needs slightly simpler ones. But what they have been adding on BeyondATC is custom procedures. Here's the next victim. They've been adding custom procedures based on SOPs at airports. For example, like Innsbruck, they would be able to tell the program to route aircraft in a certain way based upon their routing, inbound or outbound, that kind of thing.
030 at 17 knots, runway 05, clear to land.
Runway 05, clear to land, Air Portugal 5 km.
Portugal 1001,
yeah,
behind
Madeira is always good, isn't it, Ram? Hopefully you guys all enjoyed watching that.
GAP 8330, backtrack, line up and wait, runway 05.
Okay, behind the AC30, we'll backtrack and line up 05, Air Portugal 1001.
That's Osprey 598, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1021.
Descend 4,000 feet, QNH
there he is.
1021.
Condor 5 Tango X-ray, David, is that the one diverting?
Osprey 45 Foxtrot, descend flight level 110, proceed direct Pilem.
Oh, his gear's down, look at that. Pilem. That's cool to see.
Descend flight level 110, direct Pilem and enter hold at Pilem, Osprey 45 Foxtrot.
So the 3 mile radius, he should start his base turn.
Sky 1606, behind the Air Portugal.
People departing Madeira now might struggle to actually depart. There's his final turn. Looking nose high.
Emirac 34 Yankee, stop climb flight level 270.
Stop climb 270,
The A330 does come in here now and again, so it can do it. The last time we flew, I think it was Lisbon to Madeira, wasn't it? Last time we came into Madeira with the headwind A330, I think, from memory.
186 Alpha Zulu, Lisboa. Romeo Alpha 2615, descent flight level 200.
Ooh, that looks tight.
I
think he's turned a bit too tight too early.
Taxi 06 Alpha Tango, boa tarde, winds 2208 knots, runway.
This is going to be spicy. It looks recoverable.
2205, cancel the hold, cleared RNP approach, runway 05, report airfield in sight.
So if they go around now, usually I think what would happen is they would just divert to Port Santo straight away. It'd just be vectors, altitude 5,000, through, heading 3,000 feet, and then you head out over the water, routed into Port Santo.
Roger, report back.
Looks like he's saved it. Nicely done. Rab, good effort. Did you track it on New Sky?
5 descent flight level 280.
How's your score, Ian? Cracking landing.
Air Portugal 705, descending flight level 1.
He saved that. What a good job. Nailed it. Looking nice. Tiny bit low.
Speedbird 45 uniform Romeo, LO.
Over the concrete now, that's looking really good.
371.
Absolutely smashed it. Great effort in a massive aeroplane as well.
Portugal 705, descent flight level 70.
Ah, Ram, you should still track it on New Sky anyway.
The Portugal 705, descend flight level 70.
Stands are filling up.
Descend flight level 70, Air Portugal 705.
There's them trees. See, he's got the backtrack. Grant, good to hear. I'm surprised he's not come here for that kind of thing, actually.
Facilitate 24 Charlie Tango, say again.
Oh, Rab, you fly enough. Might as well get a score.
Roger, stand, hold position. Air Portugal 1143 Lisboa. Air Portugal 1143. Air Portugal 1143, hello. Clear the Exona 9er Alpha. Expect ILS approach runway 2. Correction.
Oh, Ian, that's fine.
Descend flight level 2.
It's got to be firm. Like Madeira, 992 is a great score.
ILS 02, descending flight level 250, Air Portugal 1143. Good afternoon, Sam.
Plus the conditions were tough.
Tango, flight level 350.
Let me get a refresh, folks, of the meta in the live chat for you. LPMA, so you can see what the weather's doing here at Madeira at the moment, because it looks fine, doesn't it?
215, descend flight level 250, and contact
There's the meta, wind 030 at 17 knots, variable between 330 and 060, so wind's calmed a little bit there actually, still variable. 22 degrees, 14, QNH 1021. My criticism on my approach would be the fact I left the speed a bit too slow. I think I should have kept the speed up a little bit.
Speedbird 45 uniform Romeo.
I got it back up to 160, so I let the speed drop a little bit in that first area of the turn.
Final level requested.
Speedbird 45 uniform Romeo, would like to climb up flight level 340.
Pleasure, climb Speedbird 45 uniform Romeo, climb level 340.
Climb now flight level 340 for Speedbird 45 uniform Romeo.
Air Portugal 5 Kilo Mike, taxi to stand Alpha 5.
Stand Alpha 5, Air Portugal 5 Kilo Mike, thank you.
Ryanair 5452 approaching top of descent.
Ryanair 5452, descend flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70, Ryanair 5452.
Air Portugal 705, descending flight level 70.
Flight level 140.
Sorry, 2 stations.
Well, you're more than welcome. Have a great day, mate. As I said at the start of the stream today, no stream tomorrow. It was a consideration, a bit 50-50, but I've got things to do. Whole busy old day. Yeah, Delta Tango saying there, a little reminder, hit that like button, help more pilots find this great channel here on the world of flight sim. We've still got Ascot 2205's now on the downwind. Osprey 598 should be next. Followed by Air Portugal 705. We've got Osprey 45 Foxtrot and Iberia 401 in the A340-300 coming in as well.
Wind 03017 knots, continue approach.
So we've still got 5 pilots from our little group working on in. He's managed to fit that departure in. We've got the Royal Air Force coming in now.
4,000 feet, QNH 1021.
He's reported field in sight somewhere.
Descending 4,000 feet, QNH
Can't see him. That A330 did a cracking job.
Portugal 705.
Speedbird 667 Romeo, contact Casablanca on 127.1, bye-bye. Emirok 981 Echo, contact Casablanca 127.1, bye-bye.
127.1, Emirok.
And he's waiting, ready to go.
Taxi 06
Delta Tango to it. I think last time we came into Madeira we spent about 45 minutes on the ground doing this, didn't we? So it's pretty fun watching everybody's landing. It's tricky on 05, it makes it quite unique. That's what makes Madeira so great.
200, Troya 9er Alpha arrival, runway 02.
It's crazy to think the runway used to be a lot shorter. They've only extended it in kind of recent history.
02.
That tap hasn't gone yet. Oh my goodness.
2 minutes out. Air Portugal 1001, winds variable 13 knots, runway 05 clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 05.
Head a bit further wide if you need to, Scott.
Approved.
Keep that downwind leg. This is going to be hairy.
Condor 5 Tango Extra, monitor Unicom 122.8.
Don't initiate a go around unless you really have to.
Ascot 22505 extended amendment.
Ascot 2505, not needed. You can start your turn to final.
What's the plan final?
Don't climb beyond 1,000 feet though.
Sky 1606 behind the landing
He's off.
737. Line up and wait runway 0.
What's that little TBM? A321.
Landing, line up runway 05, Sky 1606.
Ascot 2205, the winds.
Hey, that ship in the background there.
Runway 05, you clear to land.
Clear land, Ascot 2205.
Ease up.
Control, typical minus circular 9, we are passing sky level 160, landing sky level 0 inbound gas.
He might have it missed.
4 kilo
We'll have to see what happens.
LO identified, climb.
Where's he flying to?
Climb flight level 370.
Flight level 370, typical minus circular 9.
That is Sky 1606 going to GMMI, wherever that is.
Scandinavian 1.
I know GMMX, but I can't think what the other one is. Oh, he's coming in.
Giant
RAF style.
Ascot 205, missed approach.
Ascot 2205, are you able to enter a right downwind and try again?
Yeah.
Roger, Ascot 2205, then you clear for a visual approach runway 05.
Oh, awesome. Just keep it configured as it is. Just keep
Sky 1606, just hold position. The Ascot will do a right.
keep the gear and everything down. You probably have a few horns to cancel, but yeah, just keep that gentle right turn going now. 15 odd degrees, and it will just naturally get you back on the downwind leg. But then you will also know that you'll just need 15 degrees of angle of bank again to get back onto final approach. So start the like. Yeah, that's how it should kind of save you there a little bit there.
Romeo Alpha 2615, proceed direct to PLM, enter the hold at PLM.
Great controlling, yeah.
Welling 6 Alpha Zulu, monitor Unicom 1.
You could probably do 20 degrees angle of bank. And then it would be a 15 degrees angle of bank for the final turn because you've gone a bit wider.
Clear Lago 7 Alpha, expect ILS approach runway 28.
Let's see. So he's come across here. What I would do is cross over and then I'll just keep 15 degree angle of bank coming, keep the speed as it is, and it'd work probably a bit tighter.
Sorry,
but then I would go back to 15 degree angle of bank round here, back to 850 by Gello, which is here, 850 feet, and then it should arc us back round. That would be the plan if it was me doing it. Easier said than done, under all the stress of having the missed approach and probably having the gear noise going off in your head and stuff as well.
15, descent flight level 100.
Has he gone offline?
Alright, Romeo 615, descent flight level 100.
Yeah, I wouldn't even put in the autopilot. Keep the manual control going and all the rest of it. Just hand fly that continuous turn over the field.
Scandinavian 1943, would it be possible to get 25 minutes out of cockpit?
Scandinavian 1943, affirm you need to be back at.
Oh no, he's still on it. 3 miles away.
Right, we'll be back.
Oh, there he is, right in the middle of the screen.
Scandinavian.
It's looking pretty good, Scott. There, you're positioning. 1,000 feet for the start of the turn. Try not to lose any of the altitude there, mate. So just keep it 1,000 feet, gentle, smooth turn.
Jet 98 Victor, your top
and aim for the left of that, kind of where that ship is on my screen. You won't be watching it, but you'll be busy working your own flight. But 15 degrees should just have you smoothly coming around all the way.
Not quite.
Because what a lot of people do is they turn tight too quick.
Thank you very much.
And you kind of want the aeroplane to just tickle over the top of this bit of coastline here, this corner. And you keep the angular bank, and then you roll the wings level. You see it quite often on the Madeira live thing. This is looking really good. Now let the altitude start to come down.
Direct to Pinnock, Shannon 42 Golf Uniform.
With the runway as your reference point.
Rock 34 Yankee, contact Lisboa, correction, contact Casablanca.
You might need 30 degrees angular bank.
Bye-bye.
Keep coming down. It's looking really good.
Rock 34 Yankee, Lisboa.
Mile 34 Yankee, yeah.
Check your speed.
Rock 34 Yankee, contact Casablanca control on 127.1. Bye-bye.
127.1.
That's in a Poseidon.
Air taxi 06 Alpha Tango, contact Lisboa approach.
Nicely done.
119.105. Bye-bye.
Oh, good old VATSIM servers there, forgetting where he is. Looking really good. Well done, Scott. That's a great job there. Great effort, mate. Under quite challenging scenarios. Especially with the weather being as choppy as it is as well. Good effort.
Osprey 25908, cancel the hold. Proceed direct to Pilim. You're clear for the RNP approach runway 05. Report
little TBM. Just line up. You won't need a backtrack. Good effort, Scott.
Osprey 5908, Lisboa.
Osprey 598, exit code.
Thank you.
For runway 05, contact in sight.
So for me, it's easier when now you can kind of... Where is it? Let's delete those. For me, for Madeira, I kind of split it off. So I'll try and maintain, if I can now, just to keep it rounder, 1,000 feet.
Alpha 7.
But by this point here, I'll be fully configured. So flaps, gear, everything else ready. And then you just want 15 degrees initially. And even that might be too much. It might need just 10 degrees angular bank initially. And then about this point here is where you want to be perpendicular to the coast.
We are taxiing right now.
If that makes sense. Then you know you're pretty much on profile. Around about here you're going to still maintain about 1,000 feet-ish. Then you'll be bringing it down to 850 at Gello, which is there.
We'll also backtrack to runway 05 and we'll...
That helps. Because what happens a lot of the time, and I've done it quite a few times myself, is around about this point here for the base turn. It's kind of here, for example, for the base turn. People go into like a 30-degree angular bank, and then they're turning in like this. And then they're realising it's too tight, and they're too high or too fast, and they can't get the angle.
Portugal 94 Kilo Mike all the way to top of descent. And cleared lead row 1 Papa, expect RNP.
Scott, I bet. That looked good. It looked really good. Well saved, mate.
So we're gonna leave from the cockpit for 15 minutes.
Yeah, Ian there saying, awesome work, Scott. It's disappointed we didn't hear the high pitched on the radio. Transalvia's already given the backtrack there. Good to hear, Scott. Yeah, no worries. I wasn't sure if you were listening or so busy that you would just kind of mute the stream. But I thought, just in case, I'll talk people through what to do. Glad it helped.
ILS approach runway 28, report established.
You got yourself a beer now.
Descend 3,000 feet, QNH 1014, clear for the ILS runway 28, and we'll report when established around FI452.
Oh, the 737-800, Gregory, for Madeira is probably the biggest challenge. Because the A330, you still get, you've got more than enough runway. Runway's long enough.
Walk 47555. Sorry, correction.
But you've got fly-by-wire. You've got those wonderful Airbus automated systems really helping maintain your pitch and trim and roll and everything else with the fly-by-wire system. So it takes a lot of the workload off you.
Portugal
and
555
auto thrust to
descend,
touchdown.
Flight level 110, enter the hold at Pilim.
Descend flight level 110, enter hold at Pilim.
There's them little ships.
Sky 1606 identified, climb flight level 290.
I'll get a link generated for those ships just in case you're looking at them thinking, you know what, I want to grab some of them.
And Sky 1606, proceed direct to Conva.
Direct Conva, Sky 1606.
Osprey
I'll put it in the description.
3000 feet, QNH 1021.
Descend 3000 feet, QNH 1021, Osprey from Foxtrot.
Lisboa, good evening, Ryanair 2 Alpha X-ray, flight level 370.
Ryanair 21 Alpha X-ray, good evening, triple control identified.
That's the Contrail website linky thing, the affiliate link for the vessels. There's smoke coming out of the back of them. Dropping egg. Green Axel,
Charlie
welcome.
Tango, Roger, expect 2-minute delay, traffic on downwind.
Roger, we expect 2-minute delay for Saturday to Portugal.
Romeo Alpha 2615, descend flight level 70.
Descent of level 70, Romeo 205.
Scandinavian 19444, repeat squawk.
Scandinavian 1544, set squawk 4.
Try and get a bit of an overview of where people are at now. Valanta.
4755.
Oh, yeah, the 757s would be great coming into here. Osprey 598 is inbound. Call the Coast Guard.
Osprey 598, have airport in sight.
Good luck, mate.
Osprey 598,
You'll
Roger.
be fine.
Winds variable 13 knots.
He's in the 737-900, folks. So his approach speed's going to be nearer to 160 knots. So he's going to be coming in quick. A little bit trickier.
France 5965, passing flight level 140 for flight level 240.
Air France 5965, low identified.
It's worth pointing out actually as well, when we were on that downwind, kind of that base turn,
Climbing flight level 320.
if you looked at the nav display, it showed the wind direction that way. So as we're turning 15 degrees, for example, to follow that precise line, just as an example there, we're actually being pushed, we're drifting by the wind
Scandinavian
further out.
1944,
So it probably means that we can do 10 degrees angle of bank,
390.
because we're being drifted in further, we're being drifted further away.
Flight level 390, Scandinavian 194.
Scandinavian 1944, Roger.
So the crosswinds
390.
affect us there as well on that final approach.
Flight level 390, Scandinavian 194.
And he can't clear the Transavia to take off, even though he's lined up and ready, until MPS has reached a certain point in the downwind leg, which means that then the Transavia is safe to depart. Otherwise you'll have traffic on conflicting paths. There's quite a lot for this controller to juggle.
4,000 feet, Romeo 205.
Press LA 24 Charlie Tango, winds variable 13 knots, runway 05, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 05,
Go.
runway 24 Charlie.
Osprey 45 Foxtrot, cancel the hold and clear for the RNP approach, runway 05, report airfield in sight.
Cancel the hold and clear RMP approach runway 05 and report airfield in sight. Osprey 45 Foxtrot.
Nat 1014 Heavy, Lisbon Control, hello sir, with you, we're flight level 170, climbing 240.
Off he goes.
United 1014, hello, you're identified, safe on level requested.
It's 240 right now.
That's still shaking.
We will
have another one then,
fire,
Scott, that's steady it.
Roger, then maintain level 240.
He's up.
Where
is he?
98 Victor, hello.
Thank you.
And Osprey 598, the wind's variable 13 knots, runway 05, clear to land.
How many more pilots have we got in the air?
Clear to land, Osprey 598.
Can't see where he is. Ah. Oh no, that's the Transavia.
Chenix 755, contact Casablanca on 131.925.
Maybe it's obscured with the cloud. Yes, he is. He's on the base leg. He's extended a bit further out.
Air Portugal 904 Kilo Mike, reset squawk 070, correction, reset squawk 0507. Air Portugal 904 Kilo Mike, reset squawk 0507.
There he is. Bingo. Oh, Dusty, nice. What holiday have you just booked? Is it Madeira by any chance?
United 1014 actually might be easier like this. Can we request flight level 400?
United 1014, affirm, climb flight level 400.
Don't be tempted to turn in too soon, MPS. Keep the altitude drifting down though. Watch your speed.
Royal Maroc 980 Echo, good evening.
And as you go over the coastline, start the turn 20 odd degrees angle of bank. About 20 degrees should have you good. Maybe need 30, who knows. Play it by ear. Start the turn.
Control, hello, Saudi 2266 with you.
Looking good. Keep the turn coming though.
Saudi 2266, good afternoon, Pushback control, identified.
A little bit of power, keep you high.
Alpha,
Don't lose too much altitude.
ILS approach runway 02.
Clear, Troya, Nano Alpha.
More power.
ILS approach 02. Electric ILS approach 02, Saudi 2266.
Flight level 300 inbound.
Looking good. He says he's over the threshold. Oh, that's VATSIM.
Identified.
He's probably touched down about there now. That's probably where the service caught up. That looked really good. Nice work. Tricky. Certainly in the 737-900 as well. Blasting in a lot faster.
Echo 1 Papa arrival, expecting RNF
good job.
Approach runway 05.
Everyone's smashing it. So we've got Osprey 45 Foxtrot.
Climb flight level 340.
24 check.
Let's go control Ryanair 441, climbing through flight level 204 for flight level 240.
Zato, what happened to
Ryanair
Zato?
441, hello, identified, climb.
I can see it there, it says -6 feet. Has it crashed?
And
don't know what happened there.
Cleared.
He hasn't disappeared though.
Expect RNP 05.
We'll climb maintain flight level 330, clear direct to Lidro, and we'll expect the RNP RNAV runway 05 for Ryanair 441.
Ryanair 5452 established on the ILS at fire runway 28.
Ryanair 5452, the winds 2208 knots, runway 28, clear to land.
Kalam, I don't know what your call sign is.
Ryanair 5452.
Osprey Fahrenheit, vacate runway 05.
Osprey 598, taxi to stand Alpha 9er.
Taxi to Alpha 9er, Osprey Fahrenheit. Thank you for service.
Thank you, bye-bye. Delta Bravo Sierra, descend flight level 100.
Descending flight level 100, Delta Bravo Sierra.
Romeo Alpha 2615, descend 3000 feet.
I think Callum is Osprey. 45
Romeo
Fox.
Alpha 2615, descend 3000 feet.
Romeo 2615, descend 3000 feet.
Which means he's there. A little bit high, a little bit close. So allow yourself to drift out a little bit to the left.
699er,
Drop yourself down to 1,000 feet.
Flight level 70.
1,000 feet before the base turn.
Air Maroc 9er 8, Royal Air Maroc 9er 83.
Make sure you're all configured now as well. So you're on your approach speed, gear down, flaps set, spoilers armed. All of that stuff. Don't be tempted to turn in too early.
Osprey 45 Foxtrot, the winds Variable 13 knots, runway 05, clear to land.
Don't turn in yet.
05 clear to land, Osprey 45 Foxtrot.
Romeo Alpha 2615,
Looking good.
speed
Over to you.
210 knots, please. Cleared RNP approach, runway 05, report airfield in sight.
Speed 200 knots, 10 knots, runner on site. We are back on the
Romeo Alpha 2615, cleared RNP approach, runway 05,
Don't turn
report
too
airfield in
tight.
sight.
Clear runway, ILS approach, runway 05, report. Alpha Romeo Alpha 265.
Air Portugal 555, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1021.
Descend 4,000 feet.
Cam Loki says hello.
Air Portugal 555.
Air Portugal
Looking good.
Flight level 110.
There's the runway.
Descending 110, Air Portugal 170.
We are back on the cockpit, Portugal 904 Kilo Mike.
Hello, Wolf, we're indeed.
Roger, Air Portugal 904
This is looking really good. Let the altitude start to come up down now. Start to lose the altitude. Normal approach path. He says hello. It's because Tesco's come to deliver his shopping. That's why.
Hydraulic system. We are. I call you back, wait.
Roger.
Lisbon control, Air France 59065, passing
Better.
flight level 310, the gas flight level 360.
Looking really good.
France,
Got the retro jets.
sorry, Air France calling, say again your call sign and position.
Nailed it. Spectacular job, well done.
Air France 59065.
Bosh, right on the touchdown zone as well.
Flight level 320, 24
Nice
nautical
job.
miles Adoro, and request flight level 360.
Air France 596.5 for higher, contact Madrid control on 132.980. Safe flight, bye bye.
The boarding requested.
Madrid control 132.980. Air France 590.
There are worse clinics that are Tango.
Ryanair 5452, contact final ground on 118.580.
Right, there we go, folks.
Bye bye.
Great job. Thank you for flying along. Hope you've enjoyed today's stream. Make sure you hit like, hit subscribe before you head off. Keep your eye on the channel for the next load of streams. We'll do a little bit more of Microsoft Flight Simulator next week, maybe with one day of DCS again to keep the learning going. But hit like, hit subscribe.
Flight level 360.
And probably one of the streams next week will be purely BeyondATC. And we'll use the multiplayer function in New Sky to kind of see each other. But as always, thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of this wonderful weather. If you're in the UK, don't forget tonight at 11 o'clock you'll have that Aurora Borealis potentially out your window, providing there's not enough light plumage and light pollution where you live. In the meantime, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you soon. Take care.
Descend 3,000 feet, enter hold at Pilim, Air Portugal 555.
Jet 98 Victor, descend flight level 120.